Was it unfair of me to tell my mother she couldn't redecorate my housewarming party to match her tastes? I'm a 25-year-old woman, and this whole mess involves my mother, who's 52. She's always been the type of person who thinks she knows best about everything, especially when it comes to how things should look. Honestly, I should have seen this coming from a mile away. Buying my first home was absolutely huge for me. I had been saving for years, living with roommates and eating ramen more nights than I care to admit, all so I could finally have my own space. When I got the keys 3 months ago, I was over the moon. I spent weeks carefully decorating on a tight budget, hitting up thrift stores and discount retailers to find pieces that actually reflected who I am. Every throw pillow, every wall hanging, every piece of furniture was chosen because it made me happy when I looked at it. My mother, however, has always had very strong opinions about my aesthetic choices. She's one of those people who thinks there's a right way to decorate, and surprise, it's always her way. Growing up, she would constantly rearrange my room when I wasn't home, saying she was just helping me make it look more organized or mature. Even as an adult, whenever she'd visit my apartments, she'd make little comments about how certain colors were too bold or how my furniture looked too casual. She always frames it as wanting me to have classier taste, but it just makes me feel like nothing I choose is ever good enough. As my housewarming party got closer, the comments started ramping up. She'd ask things like if I was really sure about the bright yellow accent wall in my kitchen, or whether I thought my mismatched dining chairs looked intentional or just messy. I kept brushing it off because I was genuinely excited to have people over and show off what I'd accomplished. My friends had been so supportive during the whole home buying process, and I couldn't wait for them to see the space I'd created. The week before the party, she started offering to bring things. First, it was just offering to make a dessert, which was sweet. Then she mentioned she had some extra serving dishes that might be nicer than my everyday plates. I started getting this nagging feeling in my stomach, but I told myself I was being paranoid. She was my mom, and she was just trying to help make the party special. Floral arrangement that looked like something from a funeral home. She was so excited, talking about how these would make everything look more sophisticated and adult. I just stood there for a minute, trying to process what was happening. When I finally found my voice and told her I didn't want to change anything, her whole demeanor shifted. She got that defensive tone she uses when she thinks she's being attacked, explaining that she was just trying to help me avoid embarrassment. She actually said my guests would judge me for not having more mature taste, and that she couldn't stand the thought of people thinking she hadn't raised me to know better. I tried to be diplomatic about it. I told her I appreciated the thought, but that I loved my decorations and didn't want to change them. The whole point of the party was to celebrate my new home, and I wanted it to look like me. But she kept pushing, saying I was being stubborn and that I'd thank her later when people complimented the improvements. I thought I'd made myself clear when I firmly said no and started putting her things back in the bags. She seemed to accept it, though I could tell she wasn't happy. I figured that was the end of it and went back to my party prep, feeling stressed but hoping we could just move past it once people started arriving. I really thought the decoration conversation was over after our morning talk. My mom seemed to have backed down, and I was relieved that we could just focus on having a good party. People started arriving around 6, and I was in full host mode, greeting everyone at the door, taking coats, and showing people around the house. It felt amazing to see my friends' reactions to the place. They were genuinely impressed with what I'd done on my budget, and several people specifically complimented choices my mother had criticized. My college roommate loved the yellow kitchen wall that my mom had called too bold. My coworker from my last job said my mismatched dining chairs looked intentionally eclectic and stylish. I was actually starting to feel really confident about my decorating choices and proud of what I'd accomplished. The anxiety from the morning was fading, and I was just enjoying showing off my space to people I cared about. For the first hour or so, everything was going perfectly. People were mingling, the food was going over well, and my mom seemed to be behaving herself. She was doing. She said she was just making small improvements while I was busy with hosting duties. She acted like she was doing me a favor. The worst part was that there were about 6 people in the living room when this happened, including my neighbor who I was still getting to know, and my friend from work who my mom had never met. Everyone could tell something was off, but they were all trying to pretend like they weren't witnessing this awkward family moment. I could feel my face getting hot with embarrassment. I told her she needed to stop and put my pillows back. I tried to keep my voice calm, but I was furious that she was doing this in front of my guests. She got this hurt look on her face and said she was just trying to help make things look nicer. Then she said I was being ungrateful and that most daughters would appreciate when their mothers tried to help them. That's when I realized she hadn't just been messing with the pillows. While I'd been distracted with guests, she'd also hung up her cream curtains in the kitchen, replacing my blue ones. I felt like I was losing my mind. How had she even found the time to do that without me noticing? And how was she acting like this was normal behavior? I had to be more direct at that point. I told her this was my home and my party, and I needed her to respect my choices and stop changing things. My voice was definitely raised by then, and more people were starting to notice the tension. The conversation in the room basically stopped, and everyone was pretending to look at their phones or suddenly getting very interested in the snacks. My mom's face went bright red, and she snapped back that I was making her feel unwelcome in my own home. She said she couldn't believe I was being so difficult about someone trying to help me, and that she was embarrassed by how I was treating her in front of people. She made it sound like I was the one causing a scene, when she was the one who'd been sneaking around changing my decorations. The whole room was just awkward silence after that. A couple of my friends tried to change the subject and get conversations going again, but the damage was done. Everyone knew they'd witnessed some kind of family drama, and the easy, fun atmosphere from earlier was completely gone. My mom spent the rest of the evening making pointed comments to my relatives about how some people did. Last guest left around 10. I was exhausted. My mom was one of the last to go, and I decided to try to talk to her before she left. I really didn't want the night to end with this tension between us. I told her I wanted to explain why I'd gotten upset, and that it wasn't because I didn't appreciate her wanting to help. I tried to stay calm and explain that the whole point of a housewarming party was to celebrate my space and the choices I'd made. I said it felt like she was trying to turn it into a showcase of her taste instead of mine. She didn't take that well at all. She said I was being dramatic, and that she was just trying to make sure the house looked nice for my guests. She accused me of caring more about being right than about having a good relationship with her. She said most mothers and daughters would be able to work together on something like this, but that I was too stubborn to accept any input. Then she left, and I could tell she was really angry. That was 2 weeks ago, and she hasn't spoken to me since. Not a single text or call, which is completely out of character for her. Usually after we have any kind of disagreement, she'll at least send some passive-aggressive message within a day or two. The silent treatment is her nuclear option, and it means she's really upset. What's made everything worse is that the family drama didn't end with the party. My aunt called me 3 days later to tell me I should apologize because my mom was really hurt. She said I should have just let my mom help, and that it wouldn't have killed me to use her decorations for one night. According to my aunt, I embarrassed my mom in front of people and made her feel like her opinions don't matter. She kept saying that my mom was just trying to be supportive and that I overreacted. But then my cousin texted me privately to say she thought I did the right thing. She said my mom has always been controlling about stuff like this, and that it was good I finally stood up for myself. She told me about similar situations where my mom had taken over things that weren't hers to control, and said she was proud of me for setting boundaries. So now the family is basically split down the middle, with some people thinking I was justified and others thinking I was cruel to my mom. The whole situation got even more complicated last week when my friend Emma told me my house looked. She wanted to use my housewarming party as a way to show off her decorating skills to her social media friends. The whole thing was about her image, not about making my party better. Now I'm even more conflicted about the whole situation. Part of me feels vindicated because it proves my instincts were right about her motives. But another part of me wonders if I should have just gone along with it to avoid all this family drama. Maybe it would have been easier to let her have her moment and deal with the photo situation later. The silent treatment is really getting to me, and I hate that other family members are getting dragged into our mess. I still don't know if I should reach out to apologize or just wait for her to come around on her own.
Could I have handled things better when I refused to let my sister bring her dog to my baby shower?
I'm 27 and currently pregnant with my first child. This whole situation happened during what was supposed to be a happy time in my life. But honestly, it's turned into this massive family drama that I'm still dealing with. My sister Emma is 24, and she's completely obsessed with her golden retriever Max. I mean, obsessed, to the point where it's genuinely concerning sometimes. Emma treats Max like he's literally her human child. She talks to him in baby talk constantly, posts daily Instagram stories documenting his every move, like he's hitting developmental milestones, and brings him absolutely everywhere. I'm talking restaurants, family dinners, birthday parties, you name it. Last year, she even brought him to our grandmother's 80th birthday celebration and spent the entire time focused on Max instead of Grandma. It's gotten to the point where family events revolve around whether Max will be there and what accommodations need to be made for him. Here's the thing, though. I'm severely allergic to dogs, like really allergic. Within minutes of being around them, my eyes start watering, I can't stop sneezing, my throat gets scratchy and tight, and I just feel miserable. Emma has known about this allergy for years. I've had to leave family gatherings early because of it multiple times. I've asked her repeatedly to at least give me a heads up when she's planning to bring Max somewhere so I can take allergy medication beforehand and try to prepare myself. When I started planning my baby shower, I specifically looked for venues that didn't allow pets. I wanted one day where I could actually enjoy myself without being congested and miserable the entire time. The community hall I booked downtown had a clear no pets policy, which honestly was part of what made me choose it. I figured this would be straightforward. No pets allowed means no pets allowed. About a week before the shower, Emma called me out of nowhere. She started the conversation normally, asking about the guest list and what food we were serving. But then she casually dropped the question I was dreading. She asked if she could bring Max because he's family too, and she thought he'd love to meet everyone and be part of the celebration. The way she said it was so casual, like she assumed I'd obviously say yes. Benadryl. She even suggested I was exaggerating my reaction because I don't like dogs. I stayed firm and told her this wasn't up for negotiation. I explained that this was my baby shower. I'm already dealing with pregnancy discomfort, and I didn't want to spend the day feeling sick from allergies on top of everything else. I pointed out again that the venue doesn't even allow pets, so bringing Max would potentially get us kicked out entirely. Emma's tone completely shifted. She accused me of not caring about what's important to her and said I was being selfish. She kept calling Max her baby and saying I should understand the bond between a mother and her child, especially since I'm about to be a mother myself. The conversation got more and more heated until she finally said she needed to think about whether she even wanted to come to the shower at all if Max wasn't welcome. I told her that was her choice to make, but my decision wasn't changing. She hung up on me without saying goodbye. I remember sitting there staring at my phone thinking this was such a ridiculous thing to fight about, but also feeling frustrated that she was making my baby shower about her and her dog. I should have known from that phone call that she wasn't going to let this go. Emma has always been dramatic when she doesn't get her way, but I genuinely thought she'd respect my boundaries this time since it was such an important day. I was completely wrong about that. The morning of my baby shower, I was already feeling anxious about everything going smoothly when my phone buzzed with a text from my cousin Sarah. She asked if I knew that Emma was planning to bring Max anyway. My stomach dropped immediately. I called Emma right away, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried 2 more times with the same result, and that's when I knew she was avoiding me on purpose. I drove to the community hall earlier than planned because I had this sinking feeling that Emma was actually going to show up with Max despite everything we'd discussed. Sure enough, when I pulled into the parking lot, Emma's silver Honda was already there, and I could see Max's golden head visible through the back window. I just sat in my car for a minute, trying to process that my sister had actually decided to completely ignore my boundaries and bring her dog to my baby shower. When I walked into the venue, Emma was already inside, acting like nothing was. Linda was already taking photos with him and that he was being such a good boy. But I was getting more congested by the minute, and I could feel myself starting to get really angry. I told her again that she needed to either leave with Max or put him back in her car immediately. I reminded her that I'd specifically said no to this, and that the venue didn't even allow pets in the first place. That's when Emma completely lost it. She started raising her voice about how I was being heartless and unreasonable. She went on about how Max is part of the family and how I was ruining her day by being so inflexible. The worst part was when she said I was going to be a terrible mother if I couldn't even show compassion for her baby. She actually called Max her baby while yelling at me about my unborn actual baby. The entire room went dead silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and just stared at us. My mom tried to step in and calm Emma down, but she was on a complete rampage at this point. She started talking about how she'd been preparing Max for this moment and how I was being selfish and controlling. She said I always had to have everything my way and that I didn't care about anyone else's feelings. I could feel my pregnancy hormones making everything worse, and I started crying right there in front of everyone. Some of my friends looked mortified, while my relatives were all whispering to each other and looking back and forth between Emma and me. The whole situation was becoming this huge spectacle, which was exactly what I'd been trying to avoid. Emma kept going even after I started crying. She talked about how unwelcome I was making her feel and how this was supposed to be a family celebration, but I was excluding part of her family. She said Max had every right to be there and that my allergies were just an excuse because I've never liked dogs. Meanwhile, I'm standing there pregnant, congested, and crying at my own baby shower while my sister yells at me about her dog. My dad finally stepped in because the situation was getting completely out of hand. He told Emma she had 2 choices. She could leave with Max right now, or she could miss the shower entirely. He said this wasn't up for discussion anymore and that she was being disrespectful and selfish. Emma stared at him for a second like she couldn't believe he was taking my side. She grabbed Max's leash dramatically and announced making excuses for Emma's behavior, while my dad looked embarrassed and kept shaking his head. Some of my older relatives, especially my great-aunt Margaret, kept making comments about how I should have just let it slide since family is more important than rules. She said something about how when she was my age, they didn't make such a big fuss over these kinds of things. But then my close friends and a few other family members pulled me aside to tell me I'd done the right thing. My best friend Jessica said Emma was completely out of line, and that showing up with Max after I'd explicitly said no was manipulative and disrespectful. My cousin on my dad's side said she couldn't believe Emma had caused such a scene at my baby shower, and that she would have done the same thing in my position. The whole event just felt off after that. People were still trying to celebrate, and we went through all the motions of opening gifts and playing games, but I couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. My allergies were still bothering me from the few minutes Max had been inside, and I kept sneezing throughout the gift opening. Every time someone took a photo, I wondered if I looked as miserable as I felt. That evening, after everyone had gone home and we'd cleaned up the hall, I decided to call Emma and try to talk things through. I was still hurt and angry, but I figured maybe we could have a calm conversation now that some time had passed. When she finally answered, I told her that showing up with Max after I'd specifically said no was crossing a line, and that she'd disrespected me on what was supposed to be a special day. Emma wasn't having any of it. She said I'd embarrassed her in front of the entire family and made her feel like an outsider at her own sister's baby shower. She kept going on about how I don't respect her as a dog mom and that I've never understood how important Max is to her. She said I was being dramatic about my allergies and that I could have just taken some medication instead of making such a big deal out of everything. I tried to explain that this wasn't about not liking Max or not understanding their bond, but about her completely ignoring my clearly stated boundaries. I pointed out that I'm pregnant, dealing with enough discomfort already, and just wanted one day where I didn't have to worry about my allergies. She said I was being selfish and that everything always has to be about me. Think I was being unreasonable and should have just dealt with it for a few hours to keep the peace. Others think Emma was completely out of line and that I shouldn't have had to deal with any of this at my own baby shower. It's been 2 weeks, and Emma still won't talk to me directly. Then last week my cousin Sarah told me something that made me even more certain I was right to stand my ground. Apparently, Emma had bought a special bow tie for Max and had brought balloons that spelled out something like Big Brother Max or something equally ridiculous. She'd been planning some kind of surprise entrance where Max would come trotting in as part of the baby shower celebration. Learning that made me realize she'd never had any intention of respecting my wishes from the beginning. She'd planned this whole elaborate thing involving her dog at my baby shower and just expected me to go along with it when she surprised me. Now, I'm left wondering if this rift with Emma is going to be permanent, or if we'll eventually work through it. Part of me thinks I should reach out again, but honestly, I'm still pretty hurt that she put me in that position in the first place. Would I be considered cruel for refusing to let my friend use my birthday to host her divorce celebration? I'm a 32-year-old woman, and honestly, I'm still trying to figure out if I'm the villain in this situation. My best friend Sarah is 33, and she just went through the messiest divorce I've ever witnessed. I'm talking 8 years of marriage down the drain because her husband was cheating with his coworker for 2 years. The whole thing was brutal, and I've been there for every single moment of it. For the past 6 months, I've basically been her unpaid therapist. Late-night phone calls that went until 3 a.m. while she sobbed about finding out about more lies. Helping her move out of the house she shared with her ex because she couldn't bear to do it alone. Listening to her vent about how he took half of everything and left her broke after the legal fees. I mean, I get it. Divorce sucks, and she needed support. That's what friends do. The thing is, my birthday was coming up, and I'd been planning this party for months. I'm not usually someone who makes a huge deal about birthdays, but turning 32 felt different somehow. I wanted to do something nice for myself. I rented this upscale lounge downtown, invited about 40 people, ordered custom decorations in my favorite colors, put together a playlist, the whole 9 yards. I was actually excited about it. Sarah had been dropping hints for weeks about wanting to celebrate her freedom, but she kept saying she couldn't afford to throw her own party. The divorce had cleaned her out financially, and she was living in this tiny studio apartment. I felt bad for her, but I also didn't really know what I was supposed to do about it. Some of our mutual friends had been making comments about how I should be more supportive, which honestly made me feel guilty. Then, exactly 1 week before my party, Sarah called me with what she described as a brilliant idea. She wanted to merge our celebrations. At first I thought she just meant we'd celebrate together casually, like she'd be extra happy at my party or whatever. But then she started explaining what she actually had in mind. She wanted themed decorations about freedom and new beginnings. She wanted to give speeches about her divorce. She wanted a custom cake that said something about freedom on it. She'd already designed party favors with quotes about being single. Sound like I was being selfish for not wanting to turn my birthday party into her divorce party. The conversation got heated, and she accused me of not being supportive during the hardest time of her life. I tried to explain that I had been supportive for months, but that didn't mean I had to give up my birthday party. She said I was being dramatic and that it was just one party. I pointed out that it was my party that I'd spent months planning and money renting the venue for. She ended the call by saying she thought she knew who her real friends were. I spent the next week feeling awful about the whole thing. Part of me wondered if I was being selfish. Maybe I should have just let her celebrate with me, since she was going through such a hard time. But another part of me felt like she was asking too much. I kept going back and forth about whether to call her and apologize, or stand my ground. I was dreading my own birthday party because I didn't know if she'd show up, or what would happen if she did. The whole thing had turned what was supposed to be a fun celebration into this source of stress and guilt. The night of my party, I was honestly relieved when Sarah showed up. She walked in with a gift bag and gave me a hug, said happy birthday, and for a minute I thought maybe we were going to be okay. I figured she'd gotten over the whole merge idea and was just going to be a normal guest at my party. I was wrong. About 20 minutes into the party, I noticed Sarah was carrying these bags around and seemed to be setting things up near the bar area. At first I didn't think much of it, because I was busy greeting people and making sure everyone had drinks. But then I saw her pulling out balloons. Gold and black balloons with phrases like freedom and new beginnings printed on them in fancy script. She was hanging them up around my decorations like it was totally normal. When I walked over and tried to casually take a few down, she told me they were just a few extra decorations to add to mine. She said it so sweetly that I didn't want to make a scene in front of my guests, so I just smiled and walked away. But I was starting to get that sinking feeling in my stomach. Then she started handing out these custom shot glasses to people, getting ready to cut my birthday cake. Sarah grabbed the microphone before I could even make my toast. She started giving this loud, emotional speech about her rebirth and freedom from toxic relationships. She talked about how this was the beginning of her new life, and how she was finally free to be herself again. Then she raised one of her shot glasses and toasted to her new single life, while everyone just stood there, not knowing what to do. My birthday cake was sitting right there, untouched, while 40 people awkwardly clapped for my friend's divorce announcement. It was surreal. I pulled her aside as soon as I could get her away from the crowd. I asked her to please tone it down because people were confused, and this was supposed to be my birthday party. She immediately got defensive and accused me of being jealous of the attention she was getting. She said I was being unsupportive during the hardest time of her life, and that I was selfish for not wanting to share one night with my best friend. I tried to stay calm and explain that I had been supported for months, but that this was my birthday party that I had planned and paid for. She cut me off and said I didn't understand real problems because I'd never been married or divorced. She said I didn't know what it was like to have your whole life fall apart, and that I was being petty about one stupid party. The argument escalated from there. She accused me of being a fair-weather friend and said she couldn't believe I was making her divorce about me. I told her she was the one who had made my birthday about her divorce. She said she was done with this conversation and done with me being unsupportive. She stormed out of the party, leaving all her decorations and shot glasses behind. Half my guests watched her leave, and the other half were still standing around holding team single shot glasses, looking completely lost. The mood was completely ruined. I tried to salvage the rest of the evening, but people kept asking what had happened and whether Sarah was okay. I ended up spending the rest of my birthday party cleaning up her divorce decorations and trying to explain to confused guests why my friend had just given a divorce speech at my birthday celebration. That was 3 weeks ago, and Sarah hasn't spoken to me since. She blocked me on all social media the day after the party and won't respond to any of my texts. Planning the party. But the other half think I should have just let Sarah have her moment. My friend Jessica keeps saying that divorce is obviously harder than a birthday and that I should have been more understanding. She thinks I was being petty and that good friends make sacrifices for each other. Another friend told me that Sarah needed it more than I needed a birthday party, which honestly really hurt. The worst part is finding out how planned this whole thing was. My friend Mike told me that Sarah had been talking about the joint celebration idea for weeks before she even brought it up to me. She'd already ordered those custom shot glasses and had the balloons made before our phone call. So when she asked me about merging the parties, she'd already decided she was going to do it regardless of what I said. Then I found out Sarah had been posting about it on social media during my actual party. She was hashtagging everything with divorce party and new life and freedom. She used photos from my birthday party to celebrate her divorce online. When people liked and commented on her posts, it looked like I had thrown her a divorce party. My own birthday posts got buried under all the drama. Another guest told me later that Sarah had been telling people it was a joint celebration, even after I told her no. Apparently, she'd been messaging some of my friends ahead of time, telling them to expect divorce-themed stuff at the party. So some people showed up already thinking it was going to be both events. I've been going back and forth about whether I should apologize. Part of me feels guilty because divorce really is harder than a birthday, and maybe I should have just sucked it up for one night. She was going through the worst time of her life and I was her best friend. Maybe I could have handled it better, or found a way to compromise. But then I remember how she completely ignored my boundaries and did exactly what I asked her not to do. She didn't just casually celebrate her divorce at my party. She brought decorations, gave speeches, handed out party favors, and basically turned my birthday into her divorce announcement. And when I asked her to tone it down, she made me out to be the villain. I sent her one text a few days after the party, apologizing for how everything went down. But I also said that I still thought she crossed a line. She left me on red. Friendship ends. I keep thinking about whether I should reach out again or just let it go. I miss my friend, but I also don't know how to get past what happened. I don't even know if she thinks she did anything wrong, or if she's waiting for me to apologize for ruining her big moment. Either way, this whole thing has definitely made me rethink what it means to be supportive, and where the line is between being a good friend and being a doormat. Is it wrong that I refused to let my uncle give a speech at my wedding after what he did at my sister's reception? I'm 29 and just got married 3 weeks ago. I thought my wedding day would be perfect, but now half my family isn't talking to me because of what happened with my Uncle Dave at the reception. Dave is 52, my dad's younger brother, and he has this drinking problem that everyone in the family just pretends doesn't exist. The whole situation goes back to my sister Emma's wedding 2 years ago. Emma is 26, and her wedding was supposed to be this beautiful outdoor ceremony with about 150 people. Everything was going great until the reception started and the speeches began. Dave had been drinking since the cocktail hour, which honestly should have been our first red flag, but my parents always make excuses for him. When it came time for toasts, the best man was halfway through his speech when Dave just got up from his table and walked straight to the front. He didn't ask permission or wait for his turn. He literally took the microphone out of the best man's hands and started rambling about family history that nobody wanted to hear. He was slurring his words and swaying back and forth, talking about how Emma's new husband wasn't good enough for our family, and bringing up my dad's affair from 15 years ago that we never discuss. The worst part was watching Emma's face. She went from confused to horrified to completely devastated in about 30 seconds. Her husband looked like he wanted to disappear, and you could hear people at the tables whispering and chairs scraping as everyone got uncomfortable. My mom kept trying to gesture for Dave to stop, but he was too drunk to notice. He finally stumbled off after about 5 minutes of this disaster, but the damage was done. The rest of Emma's reception felt like a funeral. Dave did apologize the next week. He sent flowers to Emma and her husband, called my parents crying about how sorry he was, the whole routine. But here's the thing about Dave. This wasn't the first time. He gets drunk at every family gathering and causes some kind of scene. Last Christmas, he got into a screaming match with my cousin about politics. At my mom's birthday party, he knocked over the cake table. He's been like this since his divorce 3 years ago. But my mom keeps saying he's going through a rough patch, proved that he could do it right this time. He kept saying he had changed and that he'd been working on himself. I told him no, as politely as I could. I explained that we'd already decided on our speakers and we weren't changing the plan. I didn't want to bring up Emma's wedding, specifically because I knew that would hurt his feelings, but I think he understood what I was getting at. He looked disappointed and said something about not getting a fair chance to show he'd grown as a person. But he didn't argue with me. He just nodded and said he understood. My mom later told me that Dave had asked her about speaking too, and she'd given him the same answer. She said he seemed to accept it, and that she thought everything would be fine. My dad agreed that keeping it simple was the smart choice, especially after what happened to Emma. I really thought that conversation had settled things. Dave seemed to understand our position, and he didn't bring it up again in the weeks leading up to the wedding. When the wedding day came, he and his wife showed up on time. He was dressed appropriately, and he seemed to be in a good mood during the ceremony. I started to relax and think that maybe we'd avoided any drama this time. I should have known better. The reception was going perfectly for the first 2 hours. We had cocktails in the garden, everyone found their seats easily, and dinner went off without a hitch. My dad gave this amazing speech about how proud he was of me, and my wife's parents said some really sweet things about welcoming me into their family. Emma got up and talked about watching me grow up, and how happy she was that I'd found someone who laughed at my terrible jokes. Everything was exactly what we'd planned. I was finally starting to relax. My wife and I were sitting at the head table just enjoying the moment, watching our families and friends having a good time. The DJ had just finished playing our first dance song again, because people had requested it, and he announced that if anyone else wanted to share a quick toast, now was the time. That's when I saw Dave stand up. He was sitting at table 8 with his wife and some of my dad's cousins, and I'd been keeping an eye on him throughout the evening. He'd been drinking steadily but not excessively, or at least that's what I thought. He seemed fine during dinner, laughing with the people at the table. I had to get across the entire reception hall, dodging servers and guests, trying to get to Dave before he could start talking. I made it just as the DJ was handing him the microphone. Dave had this look on his face like he'd won something, like he'd outsmarted all of us. I reached out and put my hand directly over the microphone and said his name firmly. He looked at me with this surprised expression, like he couldn't believe I was stopping him. We stood there for a few seconds just staring at each other, my hand covering the mic, him holding the handle. I could feel the entire reception watching us. The music had stopped, conversations had died down, and I swear I could hear my own heartbeat. Dave's face was starting to turn red, and I could smell the alcohol on his breath even though we were in this big venue. He tried to pull the microphone away from my hand and told me he just wanted to say something nice. I held on tighter and told him to sit down, that we'd already discussed this. He kept insisting that he had something important to share, something the family needed to hear. The way he said it made my blood run cold because it sounded exactly like what he'd said before he ruined Emma's wedding. For about 10 seconds, we were literally having a tug of war with the microphone in front of 120 people. I could see my parents at their table looking horrified, my wife's family trying to figure out what was happening, and guests pulling out their phones. This was turning into exactly the kind of scene I'd tried so hard to avoid. Finally, I managed to get the microphone completely away from him. I handed it back to the DJ and told Dave one more time to sit down. He stood there swaying slightly, looking around at everyone staring at us. His wife had gotten up from their table and was making her way over, looking embarrassed and worried. Dave's face went from red to purple, and he said something under his breath that I couldn't hear over the awkward silence in the room. Then he turned around, pushed past a server who was trying to stay out of the way, and walked straight out of the reception hall. His wife hurried after him, apologizing to people as she went. The DJ tried to save the moment by making some joke about family dynamics, and quickly started that. Meanwhile, my college friends were patting me on the back saying they couldn't believe I'd handled it so calmly and that they would have lost their minds. My wife was incredible through all of it. She kept steering conversations away from the drama and tried to get people focused back on celebrating. But you could tell the energy in the room had shifted. Instead of that happy, carefree wedding vibe, everything felt tense and awkward. People were being careful about what they said and constantly glancing toward the door like they expected Dave to come back. The worst part was watching my parents try to manage the situation. My mom kept apologizing to people and making excuses for Dave, saying he'd been under a lot of stress lately. My dad looked like he aged 5 years in 5 minutes. He came over and told me I'd done what I had to do, but I could see how uncomfortable the whole thing made him. This is his brother we're talking about, and now the entire extended family had witnessed this confrontation. Emma was furious, which actually made me feel better. She came up to me during the cake cutting and said she was proud of me for not letting Dave ruin another wedding. She reminded me how devastated she'd been after her reception, and how it took months for her to stop feeling angry about it every time someone mentioned her wedding day. But even her support couldn't fix the fact that half the room was treating me like the villain. We tried to salvage the rest of the evening. The DJ played all our favorite songs, we did the bouquet toss, and my wife's grandmother gave an impromptu toast that was actually really sweet. But underneath all of it, I kept thinking about how this was supposed to be the best day of my life, and instead, I was spending it doing damage control. The next morning, my phone started ringing at 8 a.m. My mom was the first call, telling me that Dave was devastated and that I should consider apologizing for humiliating him in front of the whole family. She said his wife had called her crying, saying that Dave felt like he'd lost his last chance to make things right with everyone. My mom kept using words like compassionate and forgiveness, like I was the one who'd done something wrong. Then my dad called and said the complete opposite. He told me he was proud that I'd protected my wedding day and that someone needed to finally set boundaries with Dave. He said he got to me. Happened about 2 weeks later. My cousin Lisa pulled me aside at a family barbecue that Dave and his wife didn't attend. She told me that Dave had confessed to her that he'd been drinking heavily before he even arrived at my wedding. He'd apparently had several drinks at home while getting ready and had been drinking in the car on the way to the venue. Lisa said he'd told her he had some things he needed to get off his chest about family secrets and old grudges. When she told me that, I felt this huge wave of relief mixed with anger. I was right to stop him, but I was furious that he'd put me in that position in the first place. He'd promised my mom he wouldn't drink too much. He'd agreed when I told him he couldn't speak, and then he'd shown up drunk anyway, with some agenda to air family business at my wedding. Dave still isn't speaking to me. He's blocked me on all social media and refuses to come to any family gatherings where I'll be present. His wife sends my mom updates about how hurt and rejected he feels, like I'm supposed to feel guilty about protecting my own wedding. The extended family is completely split down the middle, and every family event now has this weird tension where people have to choose sides. I keep wondering if I'll ever have a normal relationship with half my family again. But honestly, I can't bring myself to regret what I did. I just wish it hadn't come to that in the first place. Should I have stayed quiet when my friend tried to announce her engagement during my book launch? I'm a 35-year-old woman, and I finally published my first novel after years of trying. My close friend Sarah, who's 34, has this habit of making big announcements at other people's events. I've always found it awkward, but never said anything directly to her about it. This book launch was everything to me. I'm talking years of writing, countless rejection letters, and finally getting published by a small press. The event was at this cozy, independent bookstore with maybe 30 people there. It wasn't huge, but it was mine, you know? I had been nervous for weeks leading up to it, but also so excited because this felt like my moment to actually shine as an author. Sarah showed up early with her boyfriend, which I thought was sweet. She helped me arrange some of the book displays and seemed genuinely supportive. I remember feeling grateful that she was there, because having friends around made me less nervous. But looking back, she seemed kind of fidgety during the whole setup. She kept checking her phone and whispering to her boyfriend, but I figured she was just excited for me. I did my reading first, which went really well. People laughed at the funny parts and seemed engaged. Then we moved into the Q&A portion, and that's when things were really clicking. Someone asked about my writing process. Another person wanted to know about my inspiration for the main character. I was in my element, feeling confident and articulate in a way I rarely do at social events. That's when Sarah suddenly stood up in the middle of someone's question about my research methods. She asked if she could have the microphone, and before I could really process what was happening, the bookstore owner handed it to her. I thought maybe she wanted to say something nice about me or the book. Instead, she started talking about how love stories inspire us all. Which was weird because my book isn't even a romance. It's literary fiction about a woman dealing with her mother's dementia. But she kept going, talking about love and relationships, and I'm standing there confused about where this is headed. Then she announced that she and her boyfriend had just gotten engaged. She held up her hand, showing off this ring, and the entire room erupted. People were clapping and congratulating her, and suddenly everyone was focused on her, my knight, the culmination of years of work, and now it felt like I was just a side character at Sarah's engagement announcement. The bookstore manager looked as uncomfortable as I felt, but he didn't say anything either. Before Sarah's announcement, I had sold 12 books and had a stack of people wanting to buy more. After she took over with her engagement news, I sold exactly 3 more books. Most people left shortly after congratulating her, and the ones who stayed seemed more interested in talking about her relationship than my writing. When the crowd started thinning out, I knew I had to say something. I couldn't just pretend this was normal or okay. I pulled Sarah aside while her boyfriend was talking to some other people, and told her as calmly as I could that I didn't think that was the right time or place for her announcement. She immediately got defensive and said she thought I would be happy for her. Then she accused me of being jealous and said she was disappointed that I couldn't be supportive. Her boyfriend came over and backed her up, saying I was being dramatic. They both acted like I was the one being unreasonable for wanting my book launch to actually be about my book. Sarah stormed out, saying she couldn't believe I was reacting this way, and I was left standing there wondering if I was crazy for thinking she had crossed a line. After Sarah stormed out, I was left standing in this nearly empty bookstore feeling completely shattered. The few people who remained were packing up to leave, and I could hear them whispering about the drama that had just unfolded. I tried to keep it together while I signed the last few books, but honestly, I just wanted to disappear. The worst part was how quickly everything had shifted. One minute I was having this amazing conversation about character development with someone who really got my book, and the next minute, everyone was talking about wedding venues and asking Sarah how long they'd been together. It felt like watching my dream get hijacked in real time. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head while I packed up my remaining books. Had I overreacted? Should I have just smiled and been happy for her? But then I remembered how this was supposed to be my night, something I'd been working toward for literally years, and I got angry all over again. This wasn't some random party where announcements happen. This was a professional event for my career, and he wanted to keep the focus on the book. He said he was sorry he hadn't intervened when she took the mic anyway, but he'd been caught off guard by how brazenly she'd ignored what he'd said. That's when I realized this wasn't some spontaneous moment of excitement that got out of hand. She had planned this. She knew it wasn't appropriate because Dave had already told her no, and she did it anyway. She had come to my book launch with the intention of making it about her engagement, regardless of how I might feel about it. I felt sick thinking about how she'd helped me set up earlier, acting all supportive while secretly planning to hijack my event. All those whispers with her boyfriend and the phone checking suddenly made sense. They were probably coordinating the timing of when to make their move. The drive home was awful. I kept thinking about all the what-ifs. What if I hadn't said anything and just let her have her moment? Would that have been the mature thing to do? But then I'd remember the look on the faces of people who had come specifically to hear about my book, how they'd seemed genuinely interested in my writing process, and how all of that got completely derailed. I called my mom when I got home because I needed someone to tell me I wasn't losing my mind. She listened to the whole story, and then got quiet for a long time. Finally, she said that Sarah has always been someone who needs to be the center of attention, but that I'd never wanted to see it because I'm loyal to my friends. She reminded me about my college graduation party, when Sarah announced she was transferring schools, and my birthday dinner last year when she spent the entire meal talking about her new job promotion. That's when it hit me that this wasn't an isolated incident. This was a pattern I'd been ignoring for years because I didn't want to believe my friend would deliberately overshadow my moments. But looking back, there were so many times when she'd managed to redirect attention to herself during my important events. I barely slept that night because I kept going back and forth between feeling justified in calling her out and feeling like maybe I was just being petty and jealous, like she'd accused me of being. But every time I tried to convince myself I was wrong, I'd remember Dave telling me she'd asked permission and been told no. That wasn't an accident or poor timing. That was a deliberate shifted the focus away from my book. I made sure to say that I was genuinely happy for her engagement, but that the timing had really hurt me. I asked if we could talk things through because I valued our friendship. She read it immediately, but didn't respond. Days went by with nothing. I kept checking my phone, hoping for some kind of acknowledgement, even if she was still mad at me. But she just left me hanging, which honestly felt worse than if she'd sent back an angry response. Meanwhile, word about what happened had spread through our friend group. I started getting texts from mutual friends, and it became clear that Sarah had told her version of events first. A few people reached out, saying I should have just been happy for her, and that a good friend wouldn't mind sharing the spotlight. One friend called me petty and said I was making a big deal out of nothing. But then I heard from people who had actually been there that night. My friend Lisa, who works in publishing, was furious on my behalf. She said what Sarah did was completely inappropriate and unprofessional. A couple other people who attended reached out to say they'd felt uncomfortable watching it happen and thought Sarah was out of line. My mom wasn't surprised when I told her Sarah hadn't responded. She said Sarah has always been the type of person who can dish it out but can't take any criticism, and that she probably genuinely believes she did nothing wrong. That's when my mom started telling me stories about other times Sarah had pulled similar stunts that I'd either forgotten about or hadn't connected at the time. The whole friend group became weirdly divided over this. Some people were Team Sarah, some were Team me, and others just wanted everyone to get over it. It was exhausting having to defend myself to people who weren't even there and didn't understand how much that book launch meant to me. About a week after my message, I found out through Instagram that Sarah was posting engagement photos and planning posts like nothing had ever happened. She was tagging mutual friends and clearly loving all the attention, while I was still waiting for any kind of response to my attempt at reconciliation. Other friends started coming forward with their own Sarah stories once they realized what had happened. Apparently, she'd announced her job promotion at someone's baby shower last year and hijacked another friend's housewarming party to reveal she was moving. Believe she had the audacity to ask me to be in her wedding after completely ignoring my attempt to work things out? But another part of me wondered if this was her way of trying to fix things without actually having to apologize or admit she was wrong. I'm still sitting on that text 3 days later. I honestly don't know what to do. Do I pretend nothing happened and say yes because that's apparently what she expects? Do I use this as an opportunity to try talking to her again? Or do I just decline and accept that this friendship has run its course? The whole situation has made me realize that maybe I've been making excuses for Sarah's behavior for years because I didn't want to lose the friendship. But now I'm wondering if the friendship I thought we had was ever really there at all. Would it be petty of me to stop speaking to my friend after she tried to announce her pregnancy at my engagement dinner? I'm a 29-year-old woman who just got engaged 3 weeks ago. My fiancé, Mark, who's 31, and I decided to celebrate with a small dinner at this upscale Italian restaurant called Rossetti's that has private dining rooms. We kept the guest list to about 15 people. Just our parents, siblings, and closest friends. One of those friends was Sarah, who's 28, and someone I've known since our sophomore year of college. We've been through everything together. Breakups, job changes, family drama, you name it. But if I'm being completely honest, Sarah has always been the type of person who needs to be the center of attention. Not in a malicious way necessarily, but she just has this need for the spotlight to be on her. When I first told her about my engagement, she seemed genuinely happy for me. She hugged me and said all the right things. But then she immediately started talking about how she and her boyfriend Jake have been trying to start a family, and how she hoped it would happen soon for them too. I thought it was sweet that she was sharing something so personal with me, but there was this tiny part of me that felt like she was already trying to make my news partially about her situation. 2 weeks before our engagement dinner, Sarah called me completely sobbing. At first I thought something terrible had happened, but then she told me they were happy tears. She'd just found out she was pregnant. I was genuinely excited for her. I know how much she and Jake had wanted this. We talked for over an hour about her symptoms and when she thought it happened and all that stuff you talk about when your friend gets pregnant. But after we hung up, I had this nagging feeling in my stomach. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid and awful for even thinking it, but I was worried she might try to make our engagement dinner about her pregnancy somehow. I felt so guilty for having that thought that I tried to push it completely out of my mind. The night of the dinner finally came, and everything was going perfectly. Everyone showed up looking nice. The private dining room was beautiful with these warm lights, and the food was incredible. My parents were getting along great with Mark's parents, which was honestly a relief, because they can sometimes be a bit much. Something like, "Well, since we're all sharing special news tonight, Jake and I actually have something pretty exciting to announce too." The second those words came out of her mouth, I knew exactly what was about to happen. It was like watching a car accident in slow motion. My heart started pounding, and before I could even think about what I was doing, I just blurted out, "Sarah, please, not tonight. This is our engagement celebration." The entire room went completely silent. I mean, dead silent. Sarah's face went from excited to shocked to hurt in about 2 seconds. She looked at me like I had just slapped her across the face. Then, she slowly sat back down without saying another word. Jake put his hand on her shoulder, and you could see him whispering something to her, but she just stared down at her plate. Everyone else was looking back and forth between me and Sarah, clearly having no idea what to do with the tension that had just filled the room. My mom was giving me this look like she couldn't believe what had just happened. Mark squeezed my hand under the table, but I could tell even he was caught off guard by how I'd reacted. The rest of the dinner was basically ruined. People tried to make conversation, but it felt forced and awkward. Sarah barely spoke for the rest of the night, and I could feel her shooting hurt looks at me across the table every few minutes. The rest of the dinner felt like it lasted forever. People were trying their best to make normal conversation, but you could practically feel the awkwardness hanging in the air. My dad started telling some story about his work that nobody was really listening to, and Mark's mom kept complimenting the food way more than necessary. Everyone was just desperately trying to fill the silence and pretend like nothing had happened. Sarah barely touched her food after that. She'd nod politely when someone talked to her directly, but she was clearly upset. Jake kept trying to include her in conversations and rubbing her back, which honestly made me feel even worse. I started second-guessing myself almost immediately. Maybe I had overreacted. Maybe I could have handled it differently. When we finally finished eating and people started getting up to leave, I was hoping we could all just go home and I could text Sarah later to smooth things over. But as I was saying goodbye to Mark's parents by the coat check, Sarah appeared next to me. I just wanted one night that was about Mark and me. I told her that if she had mentioned wanting to share her news beforehand, we could have planned something separate to celebrate her pregnancy properly. But she wasn't hearing any of it. She said I was being selfish and that I had made her feel like her pregnancy didn't matter to me at all. The worst part was that she started crying. Not like dramatic sobbing, but these quiet tears that made me feel like the biggest asshole in the world. She said she thought I would be excited for her, and that she never expected me to shut her down like that in public. She kept asking why I couldn't just be happy that good things were happening to both of us. By the time we walked back to the main area, word had clearly gotten around about what happened. I could see people whispering in little groups, and it was obvious they were talking about the situation. My sister immediately came over and said she thought Sarah was way out of line for trying to announce her pregnancy at my engagement dinner. Mark's brother agreed and said it was completely inappropriate timing. But then my friend Lisa pulled me aside and said she thought I had been a bit harsh. She said I could have just let Sarah make her announcement and then steered the conversation back to the engagement afterward. She kept saying it was just a few minutes, and that it wouldn't have taken anything away from my night. Even my own mom seemed unsure about the whole thing, which really threw me off because she's usually pretty direct about when someone's being rude. Mark was trying to stay neutral, but I could tell he was uncomfortable with the whole situation. He said he supported whatever I felt was right, but I got the sense that he thought I might have handled it differently too. He didn't say that directly, but I know him well enough to read between the lines. Jake looked absolutely miserable the entire time. He kept apologizing to Mark and saying they hadn't meant to cause any drama. He seemed genuinely caught off guard by the whole thing, which made me wonder if Sarah had told him about her plan to announce the pregnancy, or if she had just decided to do it in the moment. Watching Jake try to comfort Sarah while she was clearly upset made me start questioning everything. Maybe I really was turning into one of those brides who makes everything about themselves. Maybe I was being unreasonable about wanting to reach out to Sarah and try to fix things. I sent her a text saying that I was genuinely happy for her and Jake, but that I hoped she could understand why I needed the previous night to stay focused on our engagement. I suggested we get together soon so we could celebrate her pregnancy news properly. Just the two of us. I thought it struck the right tone, acknowledging her feelings while still standing by my decision. That was 5 days ago now, and she hasn't responded at all. Complete radio silence. I've seen her active on social media, so I know she's gotten my message. At first I figured she just needed some time to cool off, which I totally understood. But as the days went by with no response, I started getting more frustrated. Then yesterday, my cousin Emma called me with some information that completely changed how I was viewing the entire situation. Emma had been sitting at the table closest to the kitchen during dinner, and apparently she overheard Sarah talking to one of the restaurant staff earlier in the evening. Sarah had specifically asked them about bringing out a special cake after dessert was served. Not just any cake. A cake that said, "We're expecting," on it. Emma said she thought it was weird at the time, but didn't really think much of it until everything went down later. She also mentioned that she saw Sarah looking at her phone during Mark's toast, and it looked like she was reading from notes or something. Emma thinks she had actually prepared a whole speech about the pregnancy. When Emma told me all this, I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. This wasn't some spontaneous moment of excitement where Sarah got caught up in the celebration and decided to share her good news. She had planned the entire thing in advance. She had coordinated with the restaurant staff. She had written out what she was going to say. She had deliberately chosen my engagement dinner as the venue for her pregnancy announcement. I immediately felt vindicated for stopping her, but I also felt sick about it. How long has Sarah been this calculating about making everything about herself? I started thinking back to other times when she had managed to redirect attention to herself during important moments for other people. And suddenly a lot of things made more sense. But the worst part is what's been happening on social media since then. Sarah has been posting these vague but obviously targeted things about learning who your real wants to tell everyone the truth about how she planned the whole announcement in advance. But that feels petty and dramatic. Mark thinks I should just let it blow over, and that Sarah will eventually realize she was out of line. But I'm not so sure. The more I think about it, the more I realize this might be one of those friendship-ending situations. I keep going back and forth between feeling like I should try one more time to reach out and feeling like her planning the announcement in advance was such a violation of trust that I don't know if we can come back from it. I've been friends with Sarah for almost 8 years, and I never thought something like this would be what ended our friendship. But knowing that she deliberately planned to use my engagement dinner as her announcement stage makes me question everything about who she really is as a person. How should I have reacted when my brother demanded to give a speech at my graduation party after skipping the ceremony? I'm 22 and just graduated from college last month. My older brother Jake is 26 and has always had this weird competitive thing with me where everything becomes about him somehow. My parents decided to throw me a graduation party in our backyard with about 30 family members and friends, which honestly meant the world to me since college was rough, and I wasn't sure I'd even make it through. The thing is, Jake had already completely screwed me over earlier that day by skipping my actual graduation ceremony. He told my parents he was too busy with work and couldn't get time off, but I knew it was complete BS. I found out later he'd been posting Instagram stories that same afternoon, showing him at some sports bar with his buddies watching a game. It really hurt, because this was a big deal for me. I'm the first person in my family to graduate college, and having my big brother there would have meant everything. I tried not to let it ruin my mood, though. The party was supposed to be my moment to actually celebrate after years of stress and anxiety about whether I'd even finish my degree. My parents had gone all out with decorations in our school colors. My aunt made this amazing 3-layer cake that was my favorite flavor, and even some of my college friends drove 2 hours to be there. For the first time in months, I was genuinely happy and relaxed. Everything was going perfectly for the first hour or so. My shy cousin who never talks to anyone was actually opening up and having conversations with people. My college friends were getting along great with my family. My dad was grilling burgers and telling embarrassing dad jokes that somehow weren't embarrassing for once. I was finally getting to enjoy this achievement without stressing about finals or job applications or any of that stuff. Then, around 8 p.m., Jake showed up. I could tell immediately that he'd been drinking somewhere else first, because he was being way louder than usual and had that overly friendly drunk thing going on. He started interrupting conversations and acting like he owned the place, which was already annoying me. He kept going up to my college friends and introducing himself as the successful older brother, which made me cringe. About 20 minutes after he arrived, things went completely sideways, because everyone was staring and waiting to see what would happen. I told him maybe it wasn't the right time, since he hadn't even bothered showing up to the actual graduation ceremony. I tried to keep my voice calm, but I could feel my face getting hot. The whole backyard was dead silent, and I could feel everyone's eyes bouncing between me and Jake, waiting to see how this was going to play out. That's when everything started going downhill, fast. Jake's whole demeanor changed, and he got this defensive look on his face that I recognized from when we were kids. I knew he was about to make this into a much bigger deal than it needed to be, but I had no idea how bad it was about to get. Jake immediately got defensive and started raising his voice, which made everyone even more uncomfortable. He kept saying I was trying to humiliate him in front of the whole family, and that he couldn't believe I was being so selfish. He started doing that thing where he repeats the same phrase over and over when he's angry, going on about how he's my big brother and how that should mean something. The worst part was watching my family start to pick sides right there in front of everyone. My mom was giving me those pleading looks she does when she wants me to just give in to keep the peace. My dad looked super uncomfortable, but didn't say anything, which is typical for him when Jake and I fight. My Aunt Sarah actually whispered loud enough for people to hear that I should just let him speak, because it was only a party and what's the big deal? Meanwhile, my college friends were clearly on my side and getting more annoyed by the minute. I could see them exchanging looks, like they couldn't believe this was actually happening at my graduation party. A couple of them moved closer to where I was standing, which I appreciated, but also made me more embarrassed that my family drama was playing out in front of them. Jake kept escalating things, saying I'd always been jealous of him, and that this was my chance to finally be the bigger person. He started listing off all these things he claimed he'd done for me over the years, most of which were either completely exaggerated or just basic stuff he was supposed to do as my brother anyway. Like he brought up helping me move into my earlier that day. That really set him off, and he started getting personal, bringing up stupid stuff from when we were teenagers and saying I never appreciated anything he did for me. Then he actually started moving toward the area near the cake table where my dad had set up a little microphone earlier for toasts. I realized he was seriously planning to just take over, whether I wanted him to or not. My college friends were getting ready to step in if he tried to physically push past me, and I could see this was about to turn into a complete disaster. That's when I made the split-second decision to just cut the cake. I grabbed the knife my mom had left on the table and started slicing into it, effectively ending the formal part of the party before Jake could get to the microphone. I announced that we were doing cake now and started serving pieces to people, hoping it would diffuse the situation. Jake absolutely lost it when he realized what I was doing. He started yelling that I was selfish and showing my true colors, and that everyone could see what kind of person I really was. He said I was ruining the family, and that I'd regret treating him like this. The whole backyard was completely silent, except for his voice getting louder and more slurred. Then he just stormed out. He knocked over a lawn chair on his way to the gate and slammed it so hard that it woke up the neighbor's dog, who started barking. Everyone just stood there, holding plates of cake and staring at the gate he'd just walked through. The party was basically over at that point. The aftermath was honestly worse than the actual fight. My parents spent the next hour trying to salvage what was left of the party, but everyone could feel how awkward things had gotten. People were making polite conversation and eating cake, but you could tell they just wanted to leave. My college friends hung around for maybe another 30 minutes before making excuses about the long drive home. Most of my relatives started trickling out pretty soon after that, too. My mom kept apologizing to people and trying to act like everything was fine, but I could see how embarrassed she was. My dad just focused on cleaning up and avoided talking about what had happened entirely. The whole thing that was supposed to be a celebration of my achievement turned into this family drama that everyone had to witness. Times that I should call him to apologize, which just makes me more frustrated, because I don't think I did anything wrong. She keeps saying he just wanted to be part of the celebration and that I was being too harsh. My dad mostly stays out of it, but I can tell he thinks I should have just let Jake have his moment. They're both acting like I'm the one who ruined the party by not giving in, when Jake was the one who showed up drunk and demanding to take over my graduation celebration. The thing that really gets me is that they're treating this like it's just typical sibling drama. But this was supposed to be my day. I worked my ass off to graduate, and this party was the one chance I had to actually enjoy that accomplishment with the people I care about. Jake couldn't even be bothered to show up sober and supportive. Then, 3 days after the party, my cousin Emma pulled me aside and dropped this bombshell that made everything make sense. She told me she'd overheard Jake earlier that week, bragging to his friends about this epic roast speech he was planning to give at my party. Apparently, it was going to be full of embarrassing childhood stories and jokes at my expense. Not anything supportive or congratulatory at all. Emma said he was laughing about how he was going to get everyone laughing at stories about me wetting the bed until I was like 8 years old, and other humiliating stuff from when we were kids. So it wasn't even that he wanted to celebrate my achievement. He wanted to use my graduation party as an opportunity to embarrass me in front of all my friends and family. When Emma told me that, I felt vindicated, but also even more angry. Like not only had he skipped my ceremony and shown up drunk, but he was actually planning to humiliate me at my own party. Part of me wanted to tell my parents what Emma had said, but I knew they'd probably just say I was making excuses or that Emma had misunderstood. Now I'm stuck in this weird position where my family thinks I'm the one who needs to apologize and make things right. They keep talking about how important family is and how I need to be the bigger person. But honestly, I don't think I should have to apologize for not letting my brother turn my graduation party into his personal...
Is it cruel that I refused to let my cousin propose to his girlfriend during my parents' anniversary celebration? I, 31, have been planning my parents' 40th wedding anniversary celebration for the past 6 months. This wasn't just any party. My parents have been through everything together, and I wanted to make sure their milestone got the recognition it deserved. We booked this beautiful banquet hall, invited about 80 family members and close friends, and I personally coordinated every detail from the catering to the photo slideshow. My cousin, Jake, 28, has been dating his girlfriend, Sarah, for about 3.5 years now. They're a nice couple, and Sarah fits in well with our family. About 2 months ago, Jake started mentioning that he'd bought an engagement ring and was planning to propose soon. Every family gathering, he'd bring up how he wanted to propose somewhere meaningful with family around, and kept asking everyone for advice on the perfect proposal. Honestly, I thought it was sweet that he wanted to include the family, but I was so focused on planning the anniversary that I didn't pay much attention to his hints. The week before the anniversary party, Jake called me while I was dealing with last-minute venue changes. He asked if he could have a moment during the celebration. I was juggling calls with the caterer about dietary restrictions and confirming the sound system, so I just said, sure, without really processing what he meant. I figured maybe he wanted to give a toast about my parents or something. Jake's always been good with words at family events. It wasn't until 2 days before the party that everything clicked. My mom called to tell me how excited Jake seemed about the anniversary, which struck me as odd because Jake's never been particularly sentimental about family milestones. He usually shows up,
eats, and leaves early. But apparently, he'd been asking her about the timeline for the evening and whether there would be speeches. That's when it hit me like a brick wall. He was planning to propose at my parents' 40th anniversary celebration. I immediately called him back and told him absolutely not. This night was about my parents and their 4 decades together, not his relationship drama. He just laughed it off and said it would add to the romance of the evening and that everyone would love a surprise proposal. He would be incredibly selfish. Jake seemed to think I was overreacting and kept brushing off my concerns. The night of the party finally arrived, and I was already stressed about everything going smoothly. The venue looked perfect, the food was on time, and my parents seemed genuinely surprised and happy when they walked in. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Jake was going to pull something. He kept checking his jacket pocket throughout dinner and whispering to Sarah, who looked nervous for some reason. I kept catching him looking around the room like he was planning something. During the cocktail hour, I pulled Jake aside one more time and reminded him that I was dead serious about not proposing tonight. I told him that if he cared about my parents at all, he'd wait for his own moment instead of stealing theirs. He just gave me this smile and said, "Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be perfect." That response made me even more anxious, because it didn't sound like he was backing down at all. As we moved into the dinner portion of the evening, I was watching Jake like a hawk while trying to make sure everything else was running smoothly. My dad had prepared a speech about their journey together, and my mom was getting emotional just thinking about it. This was supposed to be their moment to reflect on 40 years of marriage in front of everyone who mattered to them. I wasn't about to let my cousin turn it into his personal romantic theater. The speeches started right after dessert was served. My dad went first, and he was getting emotional talking about how my mom had been his rock through job changes, health scares, and raising 3 kids. Everyone was listening intently, and you could feel how much love was in that room. My mom was tearing up, and even some of my tougher relatives were getting misty-eyed. This was exactly the kind of moment I'd been hoping for when I planned everything. Then, right in the middle of my dad talking about their struggles in the early years when money was tight, Jake suddenly pushed his chair back and stood up. The scraping sound of the chair on the floor made everyone turn to look at him. My dad paused mid-sentence, clearly confused about why someone was interrupting his speech. Jake had this huge grin on his face and was reaching into his jacket pocket. I could see the outline of the ring box at that point. Jake froze with his hand still halfway into his pocket and stared at me like I'd completely lost my mind. He started to say something about the timing being perfect, but I cut him off and told him again to sit down. I reminded him that this night was about my parents, not him. The words came out more forceful than I'd planned, but I was so angry that he was actually going through with this after our conversation earlier. The silence in that room was absolutely deafening. You could have heard a pin drop. Everyone was looking back and forth between Jake and me, like they were watching a tennis match. Some people looked shocked, others looked confused, and I could see a few relatives whispering to each other. Sarah looked mortified and was staring down at her plate like she wanted to disappear completely. Jake's face started turning red, and for a second, I thought he might actually argue with me in front of everyone. He kept his hand in his pocket for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Finally, he slowly pulled his hand out empty and sat back down, but he was glaring at me with pure hatred. Sarah reached over and grabbed his arm, probably trying to calm him down or stop him from making things worse. My dad tried to pick up where he'd left off with his speech, but the magic was completely gone. People were still whispering and stealing glances at our table. The warm, emotional atmosphere had been replaced with this awkward tension that you could practically feel in the air. My mom kept looking between Jake and me with this worried expression, and I felt terrible that their special moment had been ruined, even though I was trying to protect it. The rest of the evening was incredibly uncomfortable. Jake barely spoke to anyone for the remainder of the party, and left as soon as it was socially acceptable. Sarah tried to make small talk with a few people, but you could tell she was embarrassed and just wanted to get out of there. Some relatives came up to me throughout the night, and I could tell by their expressions that opinions were already forming about what had happened. When my parents were saying goodbye to guests, my mom squeezed my hand and whispered that she was glad I spoke up. My dad nodded in agreement and said something about how Jake should have known better. But I could see in their faces that even today need to seize romantic moments when they can, and that I was being controlling and selfish. But then my Uncle Mike pulled me aside about 10 minutes later and said he would have done exactly the same thing. He told me Jake was completely out of line, and that you don't hijack someone else's celebration for your own purposes. A few of my older cousins agreed and said Jake should have asked permission properly instead of just assuming it would be fine. So right from that first night, the family was already splitting into camps about whether I was right or wrong. The next morning, my parents came over to my apartment for brunch like we'd planned. My mom hugged me as soon as I opened the door and thanked me for protecting their special day. She said she could tell something was building up during dinner and was relieved when I stepped in before Jake could go through with it. My dad was more direct about it and said he appreciated that I stood up for them when Jake was clearly trying to steal their thunder. They both agreed that Jake should have asked them directly if he wanted to propose at their anniversary, instead of just assuming it would be welcome. I felt better after talking to my parents, but I still wanted to smooth things over with Jake if possible. I tried calling him that afternoon to explain my side and maybe work out some kind of compromise for the future. Maybe we could plan a family gathering specifically for his proposal or something. But he wouldn't answer my phone calls or respond to any of my texts. Every call went straight to voicemail, and my messages were left on read. Through my cousin Rachel, I found out that Jake was telling everyone who would listen that I had embarrassed him in front of his girlfriend and ruined what could have been the happiest moment of his life. According to the family gossip chain, he was saying I was jealous of his relationship and deliberately sabotaged his proposal out of spite. He apparently told multiple relatives that I had no right to control what happened at a family gathering, and that I made Sarah feel unwelcome in our family. This went on for about 2 weeks, with different family members calling me to either support my decision or criticize it. My cousin Derek said Jake had been planning this proposal for months and that I crushed his dreams. But my sister backed me up completely and said Jake was being manipulative by trying to use my family. When Emma told me this, I realized that Jake had never intended to respect my wishes or my parents' celebration at all. He had planned this elaborate proposal setup regardless of what I said and was just hoping to steamroll over any objections when the moment came. The fact that he had involved the venue staff proved that he saw the anniversary as nothing more than a convenient backdrop for his own romantic theater. It's been almost a month now since the anniversary party, and Jake still won't speak to me. Sarah hasn't reached out either, which makes me wonder how she actually feels about what happened that night. Half the extended family thinks I'm a controlling jerk who ruined a beautiful moment, while the other half thinks Jake was completely selfish and out of line. The whole thing has created this ongoing drama that comes up at every family gathering. My parents are still grateful that I protected their celebration, but I can tell they wish the whole situation had never happened. Their 40th anniversary will always be remembered for this family conflict, instead of just being about their love story. Do I look selfish for refusing to let my best friend wear white at my birthday dinner? I, 25F, have been dealing with some serious friendship drama that's been eating at me for weeks now. My best friend, Sarah, 24F, and I have known each other since our sophomore year of college. We've been through everything together: breakups, job interviews, family issues, you name it. But she's always had this thing where she needs to be the center of attention everywhere we go. I'm talking about showing up to casual hangouts in full glam makeup, posting thirst traps during my vacation photos, that sort of stuff. Usually I just roll with it because that's who she is, and honestly, she's a good friend otherwise. So my 25th birthday was coming up, and I wanted to celebrate properly. Not anything crazy expensive, but I booked a table at this really nice Italian restaurant downtown that I'd been wanting to try. The kind of place with dim lighting and cloth napkins where you actually feel sophisticated. I invited 12 of my closest friends and sent out a group text with all the details about 2 weeks beforehand. Here's the important part. In that text, I specifically mentioned a dress code. Nothing complicated or demanding, just asked everyone to wear colorful or dark clothing because I was planning to wear white as my birthday outfit. I thought it was a pretty reasonable request, like when someone asks you not to wear white to their wedding, except way more casual. I even added a little explanation that I wanted to feel special on my day, thinking that would make it clear why this mattered to me. The night finally arrived, and I felt amazing in my white midi dress. It wasn't anything too fancy, just something I'd bought specifically for the occasion that made me feel confident and birthday appropriate. All my friends started showing up around 7, and everyone looked incredible. My friend Kate wore this gorgeous emerald green dress. Emma came in all black with the cutest accessories, and everyone else followed the dress code perfectly. We were having such a good time catching up, taking group photos, and sharing embarrassing college stories over appetizers. Then Sarah walked in at 7:30, which was typical for her because she's always fashionably late to everything. But the second I saw her outfit, my stomach dropped. She was wearing this happening. A few of my friends had these confused expressions, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. I tried to play it cool initially because I didn't want to cause a scene right away. But throughout the first course, I kept hearing whispered comments from different parts of the table. Kate leaned over and quietly asked me if Sarah had gotten the dress code message. My friend Jess made some joke under her breath about there being 2 birthday girls at the table. Even the waitress seemed confused when she came over, looking back and forth between Sarah and me like she wasn't sure who was celebrating. The comments kept getting louder, and I could tell other people at nearby tables were starting to notice too. Sarah was completely oblivious to all of this, or at least pretending to be. She was laughing and taking selfies like nothing was wrong, posting stories to her Instagram while wearing this wedding-worthy dress at my birthday celebration. That's when I realized I couldn't just ignore this anymore and hope it would blow over. I knew I had to say something to her directly, but I also knew it wasn't going to be a conversation I wanted to have in front of everyone else. So I waited for a natural break in the conversation and asked Sarah if she wanted to step outside with me for a minute. She gave me this confused look, but agreed, probably thinking I wanted to take some private birthday photos or something. Once we got outside the restaurant, I tried to start the conversation as gently as possible. I asked her if she'd gotten my text about the dress code, thinking maybe there had been some miscommunication or she'd genuinely forgotten. But she immediately got defensive and said of course she'd seen it. So I asked her why she decided to wear white anyway, especially something so formal, when everyone else was following what I'd requested. Her response completely floored me. She just shrugged and said white looked good on her, and she'd already picked out the dress. No apology, no acknowledgement that she'd deliberately ignored my one request for my own birthday. She acted like it was the most natural thing in the world to show up in a gown that made her look like the guest of honor at someone else's celebration. I told her that I felt really disrespected and that this was supposed to be my special day. I wasn't trying to be dramatic about it, just explaining why her choice hurt my feelings. Explained in my text that I wanted to feel special on my birthday, and she'd chosen to ignore that completely. She kept insisting that I was overreacting and making a big deal out of nothing. She said it was just a dress, and I needed to get over myself. But here's the thing. It clearly wasn't just a dress to her either, or she wouldn't have chosen something so obviously attention-grabbing. She could have worn literally any other color in her extensive wardrobe, but she specifically chose to match me on my birthday. I was getting more frustrated by the minute because she wasn't even pretending to understand my perspective. So I told her I had a spare black dress in my car that would probably fit her, and she could either change into that or leave the dinner. I honestly thought she'd just agree to change because we've gotten through way bigger arguments than this before. It seemed like such an easy solution to me. But instead of considering it, she stared at me like I'd completely lost my mind. She asked me if I was seriously going to kick her out over a dress, using this incredulous tone like I was being completely unreasonable. I explained that I wasn't kicking her out. I was just asking her to respect the one thing I'd specifically requested for my own birthday celebration. She stood there for another few seconds, and I could tell she was deciding whether to escalate this or just fix the situation. I really thought she was going to choose the mature option and just change clothes. We'd been friends for 7 years and gotten through so much together. Surely she wouldn't let something like this ruin my birthday. Instead, she grabbed her purse and announced that she was leaving because I was being ridiculous. But she didn't just quietly leave. She made sure to say it loud enough for our entire table to hear through the restaurant windows. She told everyone she was going home because I was acting crazy over her outfit, making it sound like I was the one being unreasonable. Then she walked out, leaving me standing on the sidewalk in complete shock. I couldn't believe that my best friend had just chosen to abandon my birthday dinner rather than simply change into a different colored dress. The whole situation felt surreal, like I was watching it happen to someone else. When I walked back inside, everyone was staring at me with these concerned expressions. Some people looked confused, others looked uncomfortable in what I did. Kate said she couldn't believe Sarah had shown up looking like she was the one being celebrated, and my friend Alex said he'd been uncomfortable the moment she walked in. But the other half thought I'd gone way too far. Jess kept saying it was just a dress, and I should have ignored it instead of making a scene. My friend Maya said she felt bad for Sarah and thought I'd embarrassed her in front of everyone. They made it sound like I was some kind of bridezilla, except it was just my birthday dinner, not even a wedding. The whole rest of the night felt awkward and forced. People kept bringing up what had happened and debating whether I was right or wrong. Some friends were trying to change the subject and pretend everything was fine, but you could tell everyone was thinking about the Sarah situation. My birthday dinner basically became a referendum on my friendship drama, which was exactly what I didn't want to happen. I barely slept that night because I kept replaying the whole thing in my head. Part of me wondered if I really had overreacted, but then I'd remember her attitude and how dismissive she'd been about my feelings. The next morning I decided to reach out, because despite everything, I didn't want to lose a 7-year friendship over this. I sent her a long text explaining that I valued our relationship, but felt really hurt and disrespected by what happened. I tried to explain that it wasn't really about the dress itself, but about her completely dismissing something that was important to me on my birthday. She read the message within an hour but never responded. I kept checking my phone all day waiting for some kind of reply, even if it was just her telling me to go to hell. But nothing. Complete silence, which honestly felt worse than if she'd just yelled at me. Then the next day she posted this story on Instagram that said something like, "Real friends don't try to control what you wear. Sometimes you find out who people really are." She didn't tag me or mention my name, but obviously everyone who'd been at the dinner knew exactly what she was talking about. It felt like such a passive-aggressive way to handle things instead of just talking to me directly. That post really bothered me, because it made me look like some controlling psycho to anyone who didn't know the full story. She was painting herself as this victim of my unreasonable demands, when she'd been the whole thing was completely intentional. Sarah didn't just forget about the dress code or make an innocent mistake. She deliberately planned to upstage me at my own birthday celebration. That revelation made me feel so much worse about the entire situation, but also validated that my instincts were right. It's been 3 weeks now, and we still haven't talked. I keep going back and forth between feeling guilty about how I handled things and feeling angry that she put me in that position in the first place. Some of our mutual friends have tried to stay neutral, but I can tell this is creating weird tension in our whole friend group. Was I wrong for asking my best friend to leave my birthday dinner because she showed up in a white gown against the dress code?
Should I have kept quiet when my uncle tried to take credit for funding my scholarship at the family reunion? I'm a 23-year-old guy, and this whole mess went down at our big family reunion at my grandparents' place last month. I'm still trying to figure out if I handled it right or if I completely screwed up. First, some background. I'm the first person in my entire family to graduate college, which happened this past spring. Nobody else even came close. Most of my relatives either went straight to work after high school or did some trade school. I got through college entirely on an academic scholarship I earned in high school. My GPA was good enough that the state university gave me full tuition, and I worked part-time jobs to cover my living expenses. My family was proud, but nobody had to pay a dime for my education. The problem is my Uncle Dave. He's 45, runs a small contracting business, and has this really annoying habit of inserting himself into other people's success stories. Like when my cousin Sarah got promoted to manager at the bank where she works, suddenly Dave was going around telling people how he mentored her and gave her business advice that helped her career. Sarah just rolled her eyes about it. When my younger brother finally saved up enough to buy his first car, Dave started claiming he helped negotiate the deal and got my brother a better price, even though he wasn't even there when my brother bought it. It's been going on for years. Dave always finds a way to take partial credit for anything good that happens to someone in the family. Most people just ignore it because that's how Dave is, but it's always bothered me. He never actually helps anyone. He just waits until something good happens and then rewrites history to make himself look more important. The reunion was actually going really well at first. About 30 of us were there: grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, the whole extended family. We were having dinner in my grandparents' big dining room, and everyone was catching up and having a good time. I was telling people about starting my new job and how weird it felt to be done with school forever. Then Dave stood up with his beer in his hand and announced he wanted to make a toast. Everyone got quiet and turned to look at him. He started off fine, talking about how proud the whole family was of me for graduating college and being the first one to get a degree. Impressed, like they thought Dave was this generous guy who had sacrificed to put me through college. My grandmother even reached over and squeezed his hand and told him how proud she was of him for helping me. My aunt started talking about what a good example he was setting. The whole thing probably lasted maybe 2 minutes, but it felt like forever. I kept waiting for Dave to clarify or correct himself, but he didn't. He just kept accepting all the praise for something he had absolutely nothing to do with. I'd never asked him for money, he'd never offered money, and I'd never needed money because I had the scholarship. I felt my face getting hot, and my heart started pounding. Part of me wanted to just let it go and deal with it later, but everyone was looking at me like they expected me to thank Dave for his generosity. The lie was just sitting there in the room, and nobody knew it was a lie except for me and Dave. That's when I stood up and decided I had to say something. I couldn't just sit there and let him take credit for my scholarship and my hard work, especially not in front of the whole family. I stood up, and my chair scraped against the floor louder than I expected. Everyone turned to look at me, and I could feel my hands shaking a little. I said I needed to correct something important. Dave looked confused at first, like he didn't know what I was going to say. I told everyone that I had gotten a full academic scholarship and that nobody in the family had paid for my college education. The words came out faster than I planned, and probably louder than they needed to be. The room went completely silent. I mean, dead silent.
You could hear my little cousin's iPad playing some cartoon video in the background, and that was literally the only sound. Dave's face went through this whole range of expressions in like 5 seconds. First confused, then surprised, then angry. Really angry. His face started getting red, and I could see him clenching his jaw. He tried to backtrack immediately, saying something about how he helped in other ways and provided emotional support and guidance. But I was already past the point of letting him save face. I said that no, he didn't help financially at all, and that I had worked my ass off for that scholarship and earned it completely on my own. I probably shouldn't himself. He started saying something about how family support comes in many forms, and how he'd been there for me emotionally during tough times, but honestly, that wasn't even true either. Dave and I barely talked during college except at family events like this one. He'd never called to check on me or offered any kind of support or advice. I could see some of my relatives starting to look uncomfortable. My aunt was trying to change the subject by asking if anyone wanted more potatoes. My cousin Sarah was texting on her phone and obviously trying to avoid eye contact with anyone. But I wasn't done yet. I told Dave that I understood he wanted to be supportive, but that taking credit for something he didn't do wasn't the way to show support. I said I was proud of earning that scholarship, and I wanted people to know that's how I got through college. Dave got even redder and started muttering something under his breath about ungrateful kids these days, and how he was just trying to be nice. My Uncle Tom, who's usually pretty quiet, actually spoke up and said he thought it was important to give credit where credit was due. That made me feel a little better, but it also seemed to make Dave even more angry. He slammed his beer down on the table hard enough that some of it splashed out. Then Dave just sat down heavily in his chair and crossed his arms. He wouldn't look at me or anyone else. The whole dinner basically fell apart after that. People were trying to make small talk, but everyone was obviously uncomfortable. My grandmother kept trying to restart conversations, but they would just die out after a few minutes. I felt terrible about ruining everyone's dinner, but I also felt like I couldn't have just sat there and let Dave lie about paying for my education, especially not in front of my grandparents and everyone else who had been genuinely proud of what I accomplished. It felt like he was stealing something that belonged to me, and I couldn't let that happen, even if it meant making everyone uncomfortable. The rest of the meal was basically a disaster. People were leaving early and making excuses about having to get home. Dave barely spoke to anyone for the rest of the evening. After dinner ended awkwardly with people making excuses to leave early, I decided I needed to try to fix things with Dave. I found him outside by his pickup truck, loading up containers. Members are supposed to support each other, not tear each other down. He said even if he hadn't paid for college, he'd been there for me in other ways, and I should have respected that. But honestly, that just made me more frustrated, because Dave hadn't been there for me during college. We barely talked, except at family events. The conversation got heated pretty quickly. Dave said I cared more about being right than about family harmony. I told him I cared about honesty, and that lying about paying for my education wasn't supporting me. It was stealing credit for my accomplishments. He called me selfish, and said I'd learn someday that family relationships matter more than being technically correct about everything. Then Dave slammed his truck door and drove off without saying goodbye to my grandparents or anyone else. I watched him pull out of the driveway and felt awful about how everything had gone down. I went back inside, and my parents were already getting ready to leave too. The ride home was really quiet and tense. Since then, everything has been a mess. Dave hasn't spoken to me at all. He's not responding to my texts, and when I called him, he hung up on me. Some relatives have reached out to tell me they thought I did the right thing. My cousin Sarah texted me that she was glad someone finally called out Dave's habit of taking credit for other people's stuff. My Uncle Tom called and said he respected me for standing up for myself. but other family members think I handled it completely wrong. My parents are furious with me. My mom keeps saying I should have just let it go and dealt with it privately later. She thinks I was selfish for prioritizing being right over keeping the peace at a family gathering. My dad agrees and says that Dave's feelings are hurt, and now the whole family is dealing with drama that could have been avoided. My aunt called my mom and said I should apologize to Dave to smooth things over. She thinks the whole thing was blown out of proportion and that I made a big deal out of something that didn't really matter. According to her, everyone knows Dave exaggerates sometimes, and they don't take it seriously. But here's the thing that really bothers me. My cousin told me yesterday that Dave has been telling his friends and co-workers for years that he funded my college education. She said he uses it as to apologize for telling the truth about my own education. I feel like apologizing would be admitting that Dave was right to take credit for my scholarship, and I don't think he was. So now I'm stuck trying to figure out whether I was wrong for publicly correcting my uncle when he claimed credit for paying for my education. Was it wrong of me to cancel my wedding speech after discovering my best man rewrote it without telling me? I'm a 30-year-old guy who just got married 2 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to process what happened at my reception. My best man, Jake, is 31 and has been my friend since we were 7 years old. We grew up on the same street and have been through everything together. But Jake has always had this personality where he needs to be the center of attention. At every party, every gathering, every event we've ever been to, Jake finds a way to make it about him somehow. The wedding was at this nice hotel ballroom that Sarah and I had booked almost a year in advance. Everything leading up to the reception had been perfect. The ceremony went off without a hitch. Photos were great, and everyone seemed to be having a good time during cocktail hour. I had been looking forward to giving my speech because I'd spent weeks writing it. It wasn't anything fancy or over the top, just a heartfelt thank you to Sarah, her parents who had welcomed me into their family, my own parents, and all the friends and family who had traveled to be there with us. I'm not usually comfortable speaking in public, but this felt different because it was coming from the heart. I wanted to tell Sarah how much she meant to me and thank her parents for raising such an incredible woman. I wanted to acknowledge my own parents for their support and love throughout my life. There was even a part where I planned to have the DJ play the song that was playing when Sarah and I first danced together at a friend's wedding 3 years ago. It was supposed to be this beautiful, emotional moment. Since Jake was my best man, I gave him a copy of the speech about a week before the wedding. I needed him to cue the DJ at the right moment for the song, and I figured it would be good for him to know what was coming so he could help coordinate everything. Jake read through it and said it looked good, maybe made a comment about it being pretty sentimental, but nothing that raised any red flags for me. The reception dinner went smoothly, and when it came time for speeches, Jake introduced me like we had planned. I walked up to the podium feeling nervous but excited to finally share what I had written. The room got quiet. Sarah was beaming at me from the head table, and I looked down at the romantic part about our first dance. There was an embarrassing story about how I used to have a crush on our third-grade teacher. The whole thing was full of inside jokes that would have made me look like an immature idiot in front of Sarah's extended family and her colleagues from work. Her grandparents were sitting in the front row, and I couldn't imagine having to tell them about the time I accidentally walked into a glass door because I was distracted by a pretty girl. There were references to college parties and stupid things I did in my early 20s that had no place at my wedding reception. My hands started shaking as I held the papers. The room was completely silent, waiting for me to start speaking. I could see Sarah looking at me with this concerned expression, probably wondering why I was taking so long. Her parents were sitting there expectantly, and my own parents looked proud and ready to hear what their son had to say about his new wife. Jake was standing off to the side near the DJ booth, and I caught his eye for a second.
He had this smirk on his face, like he was waiting for me to realize what he had done. That's when I made the decision that has been eating at me for the past 2 weeks. I folded up the papers, looked out at all the faces staring back at me, and told everyone I was too emotional to give the speech I had planned. I thanked them all for coming, and said we should move on to the dancing portion of the evening. The silence in that room after I said I wouldn't be giving a speech was absolutely deafening. I could feel everyone staring at me, trying to figure out what had just happened. Some people looked confused, others looked disappointed, and a few looked genuinely concerned, like something was seriously wrong. I just stood there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds, then stepped away from the podium and walked back toward the head table. Sarah immediately got up and met me halfway. She grabbed my arm and asked if I was okay, if something was wrong. I leaned over and whispered to her what Jake had done, how he had completely rewritten my speech without telling me. Her face went from worried to angry in about 2 seconds. She told me I did the right thing, and that she was proud of me for not just going along with it. But I could tell she was disappointed too. Like he wanted to go have words with Jake, which honestly made me feel a little better. Meanwhile, Jake was still standing by the DJ booth, and I could see him watching me. He didn't look apologetic or concerned about what had just happened. If anything, he looked annoyed that I hadn't played along with his little stunt. A few people went up to him asking what was going on, and I watched him shrug and gesture toward me like I was the one who had created the problem. About 20 minutes later, after most people had moved to the bar area or started dancing, Jake finally made his way over to me. I was standing near the head table talking to my brother when Jake walked up with this attitude like I was the one who owed him an explanation. He pulled me aside, away from everyone else, and immediately started laying into me about how I had embarrassed him in front of everyone. He kept saying that he had worked really hard on rewriting my speech, and that his version would have been so much funnier and more memorable. He told me my original speech was boring and too sappy, and that everyone would have been falling asleep if I had actually given it. He said he was trying to help me out and make sure people would remember my wedding speech for all the right reasons. When I tried to explain that it was supposed to be my speech, about my feelings and my gratitude to the people who mattered to me, he just rolled his eyes. The argument got more heated when I told him that those embarrassing stories had no place at my wedding reception, especially not in front of Sarah's professional colleagues and extended family members I had just met. He kept insisting that everyone would have thought it was hilarious and that I was being way too sensitive about the whole thing. He actually had the nerve to say that I had ruined my own wedding reception by refusing to go along with his plan. Things escalated when he started raising his voice, saying I was being dramatic and that I should be thanking him instead of being mad at him. I told him that he had completely violated my trust and that what he did was completely out of line. He shot back that I was being ungrateful and that he was just trying to save me from giving a boring speech that would have put everyone to sleep. My brother Mike, who had been watching this whole exchange from a few feet away, finally stepped in when he saw how heated things were getting. He got between us and told Jake that maybe he should go cool off for others seemed to think I should have just laughed it off and gone with the flow. After Jake walked away from our argument, the whole atmosphere of the reception just felt off. Sarah and I tried to salvage the evening, but there was this underlying tension that everyone could feel. People kept approaching me throughout the night with mixed reactions. Sarah's college friends were completely on my side, saying Jake was way out of line and that they couldn't believe he would do something like that. Her coworkers seemed confused about the whole situation, but were polite enough not to make a big deal out of it. But then there were people like my Uncle Rick, who came up to me later and said I should have just rolled with it and laughed it off. He kept saying it was probably just a harmless prank, and that I was making too big a deal out of it. My cousin Danny said something similar, that wedding speeches are supposed to be funny anyway, and that maybe Jake was just trying to help me loosen up. Even some of my own friends seemed divided on whether I had overreacted or not.
The worst part was seeing how disappointed some of the older family members looked. Sarah's grandmother had been sitting in the front row, clearly expecting to hear something heartfelt about her granddaughter, and instead got nothing. My own grandmother kept asking me why I didn't give a speech, and I had to keep explaining the situation over and over again. Each time I told the story, I started second-guessing myself more and more. Sarah could tell I was getting overwhelmed by all the different reactions and opinions people kept throwing at me. She suggested we cut the reception short and head up to our hotel room earlier than planned. We were supposed to stay until the very end and see everyone off, but by 10:30, we were both exhausted from dealing with the drama. We said our goodbyes to the immediate family members and left while there were still probably 50 people downstairs partying. The next morning, while we were having breakfast before heading to the airport for our honeymoon, Jake texted me. No apology, no acknowledgement that he might have crossed a line. Just a message saying that I had ruined the mood of my own wedding and that he was just trying to help make it more memorable. He said he couldn't believe I had gotten so upset over what was supposed to be a fun surprise. He even had the audacity to say that my original speech would have been forgettable again. And I haven't made any effort to contact him either. It's weird because we've been friends for over 20 years, and we've never gone this long without talking. But I keep thinking about what he did and how he handled it afterward. And I just don't know if I want someone like that in my life anymore. Then yesterday, my cousin Emily called me with information that made everything even worse. She told me that Jake had been bragging to people all week before the wedding about how he was going to steal the spotlight and make my speech unforgettable. Apparently, he had been planning this whole thing for a while and thought it would be hilarious. She said he kept talking about how he was going to surprise me and how everyone would think he was so clever and funny. Learning that this wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision, but something he had been plotting for days, made me feel sick. It means he sat there all week, knowing he was going to sabotage one of the most important moments of my wedding day, and he was excited about it. He watched me stress about getting the speech right and practice it multiple times, all while knowing he was going to replace it with his own version. Now I'm left wondering if our friendship was ever really what I thought it was. If Jake was willing to do something like this on my wedding day, what does that say about how much he actually respects me as a person? Could I have handled things better when my sister announced her divorce during my baby's baptism reception? I'm a 33-year-old mother, and this whole mess happened 3 weeks ago, but I can't stop thinking about it. My sister Emma is 36, and honestly, she's always been the type to make every family gathering about whatever crisis she's dealing with at the moment. Usually it's something with her marriage to Mark, which has been a disaster for as long as I can remember. Look, I get that Emma's been struggling. Mark is controlling, he's financially irresponsible, and he's just generally not a good husband. I've listened to her complain about him for literally years. I've let her cry on my shoulder. I've given her advice she never takes. And I've bitten my tongue when she goes right back to him after saying she's done. But this baptism was supposed to be different. This was supposed to be about my son. We had everything planned perfectly. The ceremony was at 10 a.m. at our church, and then we booked the church hall for a reception afterward. I'm talking about 60 people, both sides of the family, close friends, even some of my husband's co-workers who wanted to celebrate with us. We spent weeks getting everything ready. I ordered catering from this nice Italian place. My mom helped me decorate the hall with these beautiful white and gold decorations, and my mother-in-law made this amazing cake. It was going to be this lovely afternoon celebrating our son being welcomed into our faith community. The morning went great. The ceremony was beautiful. The baby didn't cry during the important parts, and everyone seemed genuinely happy to be there. The priest did this really touching blessing, and when we got to the hall afterward, people were in such good spirits. Everyone was complimenting how well-behaved the baby was, taking pictures, asking about when he started sleeping through the night. All the normal new baby stuff that I was actually excited to talk about for once. We let everyone get settled and get their food, and then my husband and I stood up to do a quick thank you speech. Nothing fancy, just thanking everyone for coming and for all the support they've shown us since the baby was born. I talked about how meaningful it was to have him surrounded by so much love on this important day. People were smiling, nodding along, because everyone could tell something was happening. She announced that she was filing for divorce from Mark and made this toast to new beginnings. Just like that, at my baby's baptism reception, in front of 60 people who came there to celebrate my son, not to hear about her marriage problems. The reaction was immediate, and it was awful. Half the room immediately swarmed her table to console her and ask what happened. The other half just sat there looking shocked and uncomfortable, probably wondering if they should leave or pretend they didn't hear anything. My baby started fussing, probably picking up on all the tension, and suddenly, my beautiful baptism celebration turned into Emma's divorce announcement party. People completely forgot why we were all there in the first place. I sat there watching everyone rush to comfort my sister while my son squirmed in my arms, and I felt this rage building up that I'd never felt before. This was supposed to be his day. One day that wasn't about Emma's drama, and she couldn't even give me that. I tried to keep it together for about 10 minutes, but watching everyone fawn over Emma while completely ignoring the reason we were all supposed to be there was making me sick. People were clustering around her table, rubbing her shoulders, asking when this happened and if she was okay. Meanwhile, my son was crying, and no one seemed to remember we were at his baptism reception. The whole energy of the room had shifted from celebration to crisis management, and I was just sitting there, holding my fussy baby, watching it all unfold. My mother-in-law could see I was about to lose it, so she took the baby from me and told me to go handle whatever needed handling. I waited until Emma stepped away from her crowd of supporters to get another drink. Then I followed her over to the side of the room and pulled her into the hallway outside the reception hall. I kept my voice low because I didn't want to make an even bigger scene, but I was furious. I asked her what the hell she was thinking announcing her divorce at my baby's baptism. She immediately started crying and got all defensive, saying she was going through the worst time of her life and couldn't believe her own sister was more worried about her party than supporting her family. I told her that of course I wanted to support her, but this wasn't the time or place for this kind of announcement. I said she could have called me tomorrow. Down. Emma played right into it too, going on about how she just needed support and couldn't understand why I was being so cruel. I tried to explain that it wasn't about her getting divorced. It was about her choosing my son's baptism as the venue to announce it. But Emma just kept crying louder, saying I was being selfish and that family should come first. Our cousin Mike actually put his arm around Emma and gave me this look like I was some kind of monster for not immediately dropping everything to comfort her. The worst part was going back into that reception hall and seeing how the whole mood had changed. People were still talking in hushed tones about Emma's situation. Half the conversations I overheard were about her divorce, not about the baptism. Some people came up to me asking if Emma was okay and what they could do to help, like my newborn son wasn't even there anymore. A few people did try to redirect back to congratulating us, but it felt forced and awkward because everyone was still processing Emma's bombshell. Emma came back in after about 20 minutes, still sniffling and accepting hugs from everyone. She had this whole crowd of relatives around her offering to help her move out, asking about lawyers, planning when they could get together to support her through this transition. Meanwhile, the beautiful cake my mother-in-law made was sitting there, barely touched, because people were too distracted to eat dessert. I spent the rest of the reception feeling like a guest at my own son's party. People kept approaching me to ask about Emma, rather than to congratulate us or talk about the baby. When they did mention the baptism, it felt like an afterthought. The whole celebration that we'd planned for weeks, that was supposed to be this special milestone for our family became background noise to Emma's personal drama. By the time people started leaving, I felt completely drained and angry. This was supposed to be one of those days I'd look back on fondly, but instead, all I could think about was how my sister had hijacked it for her own purposes. The worst part was that I could tell some of our relatives thought I was being unreasonable for being upset about it. Emma ended up leaving about an hour before the reception was supposed to end, and of course she made a whole production out of that too. She went around hugging everyone and thanking them for their support, tears streaming situation than she did asking about her new great-grandson. The whole thing just felt hollow after that. The next few days were even worse than the actual reception. I started getting texts from various family members, and I thought maybe they were checking in to see how we were doing after such a weird day. Instead, they were all about Emma. My aunt texted me saying I should reach out to my sister because she really needed support right now. My cousin Sarah called me and said she was disappointed in how cold I'd been to Emma during her time of crisis. Even my own mother said I should have handled things better and shown more compassion. When I tried to explain to people that I wasn't upset about Emma getting divorced, I was upset about her choosing my baby's baptism to announce it. They acted like I was being petty. My aunt actually used the word selfish when describing my reaction. She said Emma was going through a major life change and needed her family, and I was too focused on my own event to see that. A few people told me that family should always come first, and that a baptism reception was just a party, while Emma's divorce was a real crisis. I felt like I was going crazy. Was I really being unreasonable for wanting one day that wasn't about Emma's problems? I started second-guessing myself, wondering if maybe I should have just smiled and let her have her moment. Maybe I was being too sensitive about the timing. Maybe I really was being a bad sister. But then last week I found out something that changed everything. My cousin Beth called me to check in, and she mentioned something that made my blood boil. She said Emma had actually called her the night before the baptism to give her a heads up about what was going to happen. According to Beth, Emma said she was planning to drop the news at the reception because everyone would be gathered in one place, and she'd only have to say it once, instead of making a bunch of individual phone calls. So this wasn't some spontaneous moment of needing support. She had planned this. She literally used my son's baptism as her personal announcement platform because it was convenient for her. She knew exactly what she was going to do and how it would affect the day, and she did it anyway. Beth seemed to realize how messed up this was when she told me, because she got really quiet after she said it. Now I'm even more angry than I was before. Sister. I keep replaying that day in my head, wondering if there was a way I could have handled it differently. But I honestly don't know what I was supposed to do. Should I have just let her turn my baby's baptism into her divorce announcement party and pretended everything was fine? Was I out of line for refusing to sign the birthday card my boss wrote as a joke at my expense? I'm a 26-year-old woman working at a mid-sized marketing firm, and I've been dealing with my boss Mike, who's in his early 40s, for about 2 years now. He has this habit of making what he calls teasing comments that honestly feel more like straight-up insults most of the time. At first I thought it was just his personality. You know how some people think being sarcastic makes them funny. But lately, it's been getting worse. It started small. He'd make comments about how I think too much during meetings, or joke about me being the quiet one who probably has all the answers but won't share them. I always just laughed it off because I needed this job and didn't want to rock the boat. But over the past few months, the comments have been escalating. He's called me spacey in front of clients, made jokes about my blonde moments, even though I'm brunette, and once even said I was hired for my enthusiasm rather than my qualifications during a team meeting. Each time, everyone would laugh awkwardly, and I'd just sit there feeling smaller and smaller. The breaking point came last Tuesday during Sarah's birthday celebration in the break room. Sarah's been with the company for 5 years, and we always do the whole cake and card thing for birthdays. It's usually pretty harmless. Everyone gathers around. We sing happy birthday, eat some cake, and call it a day. Mike had gotten one of those giant cards that takes up half a table, the kind where everyone writes a little message. He started passing it around the room for signatures, and I was chatting with a couple of coworkers near the coffee machine when my turn came up. I walked over expecting to write the usual, "Happy birthday, Sarah. Hope you have a great day," message and move on. But when I looked down at the card, I felt my stomach drop. Right in the center of the card, in Mike's unmistakable handwriting, was this long message that took up way too much space. It wasn't just a birthday wish for Sarah. In the middle of his note, he'd written something like, "Hope your birthday is as fun as watching our office airhead mascot try to figure out complex tasks. Sarah, you're lucky you don't have to rely on looks." Written down. Permanent. In the middle of a birthday card that Sarah would probably keep. Everyone in the office had seen Mike call me an airhead mascot who relies on looks and charm instead of intelligence. And they'd all just gone along with it. The room got really quiet, and I could feel Mike watching me from across the break room. He had this expectant look on his face, like he was waiting for me to laugh and play along like I always do. Sarah was standing right next to me, and I could see she looked mortified. She kept glancing between me and the card like she didn't know what to do. My hands were actually shaking as I held the card. Everyone was just standing there waiting for me to write something and pass it along so we could get back to the party. The normal thing to do would have been to ignore it, write "Happy Birthday, Sarah" somewhere else on the card, and pretend like nothing happened. That's what I'd always done before. That's what everyone expected me to do. But I couldn't do it this time. I looked at that card with Mike's cruel joke written right in the middle where everyone could see it, and I just couldn't bring myself to sign my name next to it. So I quietly put the card down on the table and stepped back. The silence in the break room was deafening. I'd put the card down and taken a step back, and now everyone was just staring at me like I'd committed some kind of crime. Sarah looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor, and I honestly felt terrible for her because this was supposed to be her moment. Mike was the first one to break the silence. He had this incredulous look on his face, like he couldn't believe what just happened. He walked over to where I was standing and picked up the card, looking at it like he was confused about why it wasn't signed. Then he looked at me with this expression that was part annoyed, part amused, like I was a child throwing a tantrum. That's when other people started chiming in. Jessica from accounting was like, "What's wrong? Why aren't you signing?" And Tom from our team made some comment about how we were all waiting. The way they said it made me feel like I was the one being unreasonable, like I was the problem here. Nobody was acknowledging the elephant in the room, the fact that my boss had just publicly humiliated me in writing, every day just standing there, most of them looking uncomfortable, but not saying anything. A few people were nodding along with Mike like he was making perfect sense. I finally found my voice and told him I wasn't comfortable signing a card that had personal insults about me written in it. I tried to keep my voice calm and professional, but I could hear it shaking a little. I said it wasn't appropriate to use someone's birthday celebration as an opportunity to mock another coworker, and that I didn't think it was funny. Mike rolled his eyes so hard I thought they might fall out of his head. He made this dramatic sighing sound and turned to address the whole room instead of just me. He said something about how I was killing the fun, and that everyone else understood it was just a joke. He gestured around the room like he was gathering support, and honestly, some people were nodding along with him. But I could also see that some of my coworkers looked really uncomfortable. Jennifer from HR wasn't there, which was probably for the best because I don't know what she would have done. Lisa from design was looking at her shoes, and David from our team kept glancing between me and Mike like he was watching a tennis match. The worst part
was watching how it split the room. You could literally see people choosing sides in real time. Some people were clearly Team Mike, acting like I was being dramatic and ruining everyone's good time. Others looked sympathetic, but weren't saying anything. And a few people just looked like they wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. Mike kept going on about how this was exactly the kind of thing he was talking about, how I couldn't take a joke and was too sensitive for a professional environment. He said something about how successful people need thick skin, and that maybe I should think about whether I was cut out for this kind of work. The whole time he's still holding Sarah's birthday card, waving it around like evidence. Sarah finally tried to step in and said maybe we should just focus on celebrating her birthday. But it was too late. The damage was done. The party atmosphere was completely destroyed, and it was clear that this wasn't going to just blow over. Mike had made it into this big public, like everyone was watching me walk away. The rest of that day was brutal. I kept getting these looks from people, some sympathetic, others like I was some kind of drama queen who couldn't take a joke. Mike acted like nothing had happened, which was almost worse than if he'd been openly hostile. He was doing that thing where he'd be extra professional and polite, but in this cold, distant way that made it clear he thought I was being ridiculous. By the end of the week, it was obvious that the office had split into camps. Jessica and a few others from accounting started giving me the cold shoulder, making comments about people who can't handle workplace banter. Tom from my team made some passive-aggressive remark about how some people need to learn to pick their battles. But then Lisa from design came up to me privately and said she thought what Mike wrote was completely inappropriate, and that she was glad someone finally called him out on his behavior. The weirdest part was how it affected my actual work. Mike started being overly formal with me in meetings, like he was documenting everything for HR or something. He'd ask me direct questions in this way that felt like he was testing whether I'd have another outburst. It was like he was waiting for me to prove his point about me being too sensitive or unprofessional. But then yesterday, something happened that made me feel a little less crazy about the whole situation. Jennifer from our team pulled me aside after a meeting and asked if we could talk privately. We went to the little conference room, and she told me she'd been thinking about what happened in the break room all week. She said she saw Mike's message in the card before it got to me, and she felt sick reading it. She wanted to say something, or refused to sign it too, but she froze up because she was scared about what it would mean for her job. She said she's been dealing with Mike's comments for years, but always just laughed them off because she didn't want to be seen as difficult. When she saw me put the card down, her first thought was that she wished she had the courage to do the same thing. Jennifer told me she was really glad I stood my ground, even though she felt terrible that she didn't back me up in the moment. She said she'd been losing sleep over it because she knew it was wrong, but didn't want to get dragged into the fallout. She asked if I was planning weird. Mike continues to act professionally cold toward me, and I can tell some people think I should have just let it go. But I also know that if I had signed that card, I would have felt awful about myself, and Mike probably would have kept escalating his behavior. I keep going back and forth about whether I should take this to HR. Part of me thinks I should document what happened in case it gets worse. But another part of me worries that it'll just make me look like someone who can't handle conflict. Jennifer said she'd back me up, but she's clearly scared about the potential blowback. The whole situation has me questioning whether this is the right workplace for me, but I also don't want to let Mike push me out of a job I actually like. I just don't know if standing up for myself was worth all the drama and tension it created. Am I being difficult for refusing to rewrite my brother's wedding vows after he asked me last minute? I'm a 28-year-old woman who works as a freelance writer, and my brother Jake is 32 and was getting married the next day. This whole mess happened at his wedding venue the night before the ceremony, and I'm still not sure if I handled it right. To give you some context,
Jake has always leaned on me whenever he needs to sound good in writing. Throughout our lives, he's asked me to help with birthday cards for girlfriends, best man speeches, even job application cover letters. I'm talking about everything from thank you notes to our grandmother to his college essays. The thing is, it's always been last minute and always stressful for me. He'll text me at 11 p.m. asking me to make something sound more professional or add some emotion to whatever he's written. I usually end up dropping what I'm doing to help because, well, he's my brother, and I know he struggles with expressing himself in writing. The pattern has been the same for years. He writes something basic, realizes it doesn't capture what he wants to say, panics and calls me. I rewrite it or heavily edit it. He thanks me briefly, and then months later the cycle repeats. I've always felt a little weird about it, especially with romantic stuff, because shouldn't those words come from him? But I told myself I was just helping family. So there I was at the rehearsal dinner venue, exhausted from helping set up decorations and dealing with wedding chaos all day. The rehearsal had just ended, and most of the family was mingling and having drinks. I was finally sitting down for the first time in hours when Jake approached me looking stressed. He had this crumpled piece of paper in his hand, and I immediately knew what was coming. He sat down next to me and said he needed my help with something important. Then he handed me the paper with his wedding vows on it. They were handwritten in his messy scrawl, maybe 4 or 5 sentences total. Pretty basic stuff about loving Sarah and being excited to marry her. Nothing terrible, just simple and from the heart. Jake looked at me and said they didn't sound romantic enough and asked if I could fix them up to make them sound better. He said Sarah had been working on her vows for weeks and his sounded stupid in comparison. Someone else. But Jake kept pushing. He said I was overthinking it and that it was just polishing what he already had. He reminded me of all the times I'd helped him before and said this was the most important one. When I tried to explain why this felt different, he got frustrated and said I was making it complicated when it didn't need to be. The worst part was that I could see he was genuinely stressed about it. His wedding was tomorrow. He was nervous about speaking in front of everyone, and he really did want to make Sarah happy. But asking me to rewrite his vows felt like crossing a line I wasn't comfortable with. This wasn't a job application or a birthday card. These were the words he was going to say when he married the love of his life. I told him I wasn't comfortable rewriting something that was supposed to come from his heart, especially with such short notice. That's when everything went sideways. Jake's face completely changed when I said I wasn't comfortable rewriting his vows. The stress turned into anger, and he snapped at me like I'd just slapped him. He said I was being ridiculous and that I was sabotaging his big day. According to him, I was choosing the worst possible time to suddenly develop principles about my writing. He got louder, which started drawing attention from other family members nearby. My mom noticed first and came over asking what was wrong. Jake immediately launched into this whole thing about how I was refusing to help him and how I was going to ruin his wedding. He made it sound like I was being completely unreasonable and selfish. That's when the family drama really kicked in. My mom immediately sided with Jake, saying I should just help him and that it would only take me a few minutes. She said it was his wedding day and that I was making everything about me. My aunt chimed in agreeing, saying family comes first and that I was being too stubborn. They kept using phrases like, for the sake of peace, and just this once, even though it definitely wasn't just this once. But my dad and my uncle actually spoke up for me. My dad said it was unfair of Jake to put me in that position the night before his wedding, and my uncle pointed out that Jake had months to work on his vows if they were so important to him. This just made Jake angrier, because now he felt like just got more frustrated and said I was being dramatic and overthinking everything. My mom kept pressuring me to just do it, saying I could make everyone happy if I would stop being difficult. She said I was creating unnecessary drama on what should be a perfect weekend. Even some of Jake's friends who had overheard were giving me looks like I was being the unreasonable one. The pressure was intense. Everyone was staring at us. The rehearsal dinner was basically paused because of our argument, and Jake looked genuinely panicked about his wedding day. Part of me wanted to just give in, like I always did, write the damn vows, and make everyone happy. It would have been so much easier. But something about the whole situation felt wrong in a way I couldn't ignore. Jake hadn't just asked for help. He'd demanded it, guilted me when I hesitated, and then tried to turn the whole family against me when I expressed discomfort. He was treating me like his personal writing service rather than his sister, and he was doing it at the worst possible time, when the pressure to say yes was enormous. The breaking point came when Jake said I was being selfish, and that I clearly didn't care about his happiness or Sarah's. He said if I really loved him, I wouldn't hesitate to help him on the most important day of his life. He made it sound like refusing to rewrite his vows meant I didn't care about his marriage or his future. That's when I realized this wasn't really about the vows at all. This was about boundaries, respect, and whether I was going to keep enabling this pattern where Jake expected me to fix his problems at the last minute without any consideration for how it affected me. I looked at him, surrounded by family members who were all waiting for my answer, and I knew I had to make a choice that I could live with. I took a deep breath and told Jake I wouldn't rewrite his vows. I said I understood he was nervous and wanted them to be perfect, but that they needed to come from him. I offered a compromise. I said I'd sit with him and help him practice reading what he'd already written, so he'd feel more confident delivering them. Jake's reaction was immediate and harsh. He said that wasn't good enough, and that I was basically useless if I wouldn't actually help him, and that I was trying to sabotage his marriage. Then he stormed off, crumpling up his vows and shoving them in his pocket. He didn't say another word to me for the rest of the night. The aftermath was uncomfortable as hell. The rest of the family was awkwardly trying to get back to the rehearsal dinner, but everyone was clearly talking about what had just happened. I could hear whispers and see people glancing at me. Some relatives came up to me later, saying I should have just helped him, that it was his wedding day, and I was being too rigid about the whole thing. The wedding day itself was weird. Jake barely acknowledged me during the ceremony preparations. He clearly hadn't asked anyone else to help with his vows, and when it came time for the ceremony, he just read exactly what he'd written on that crumpled paper. His vows were short and simple, nothing fancy, but they seemed genuine. Sarah cried during them, and honestly, they were sweet in their simplicity. But Jake was still giving me the silent treatment. During the reception, he avoided me completely. When people asked why we weren't talking, some family members would quietly mention that we'd had a disagreement about the vows. I started hearing whispers that I had ruined the romance of the wedding by refusing to help make his vows more beautiful. The whole thing made me feel terrible. Part of me wondered if I should have just sucked it up and helped him. It would have taken me maybe 30 minutes, and everyone would have been happy. Jake would have felt confident. Sarah would have gotten beautiful vows, and the family wouldn't have been dealing with this drama. But then something happened that made me feel a lot better about my decision. About a week after the wedding, my cousin told me something she'd heard from Sarah's sister. Apparently, Sarah had found out about Jake asking me to rewrite his vows, and she was actually upset about it. But she wasn't upset with me for refusing. She was upset with Jake for not taking his vows seriously enough to write them himself. Sarah's sister said that Sarah felt hurt that Jake had planned to have someone else write what were supposed to be his personal promises to her. She was disappointed that he hadn't put in the effort himself, and that he'd expected me to make them sound deep instead of just speaking from his heart. According to her sister, Sarah actually preferred the simple, Do I seem harsh for telling my roommate she couldn't move her boyfriend into our apartment without asking me first? I'm a 24-year-old woman, living in a 2-bedroom apartment with my college roommate Sarah, also 24. We've been roommates for about a year and a half now, and honestly things have been pretty good between us. We split everything down the middle, keep the place reasonably clean, and generally stay out of each other's way when we need space. The problem started about 6 months ago when Sarah began dating this guy Jake. Look, he's not a bad person or anything, but he's basically been living at our place without actually living here, if that makes sense. At first it was just weekend sleepovers, which was totally fine, but then it turned into him being here Sunday through Thursday nights too. Then he started leaving his stuff around. A toothbrush here, some clothes there, leftover takeout containers with his name on them in the fridge. What really started getting under my skin was how he'd eat the groceries I bought without replacing them. I'd come home looking forward to the sandwich stuff I picked up earlier that week, only to find he'd made himself lunch with my deli meat and bread. Or I'd go to grab a yogurt for breakfast and find empty containers in the fridge that he'd finished off. Sarah would always apologize and offer to pay me back, but it kept happening. And don't even get me started on the utility bills. This guy takes these incredibly long showers. I'm talking like 45 minutes minimum. Our water bill has definitely gone up since he started staying over regularly. Plus, he's always got his phone charging, using our Wi-Fi, running the TV in the living room when neither Sarah nor I are even home. I started feeling like I was subsidizing a third person's living expenses without agreeing to it. I kept telling myself to just deal with it, because I didn't want to be that roommate who makes a big deal about everything. Sarah seemed happy, and it wasn't like he was throwing parties or being disrespectful. But there were definitely moments where I felt like a guest in my own apartment. Like when I'd want to watch something on TV but couldn't, because he was in the middle of some 3-hour gaming session. Or when I needed to get ready for work, but had to wait for him to finish his marathon shower. Last Tuesday changed everything, though. I came home from work around 6 p.m. and immediately noticed something was different. Past Sarah's room, I could see his clothes hanging in her closet. Way more than just the spare outfit he used to keep here. Sarah was in the kitchen making dinner when I found her, acting completely normal, like nothing had changed. I asked her about all of Jake's stuff, trying to keep my voice casual because I didn't want to jump to conclusions. That's when she dropped the bomb on me. She said his lease had expired, and rather than renew or find a new place, he was just going to stay with us full-time now. She said it like she was telling me what she had for lunch, completely matter-of-fact. I honestly just stood there for a second, trying to process what she'd said. This was literally the first time I'd heard anything about Jake potentially moving in. We'd never had a conversation about it, never discussed logistics or money or anything. She'd just decided on her own that our 2-person living situation was now going to become a 3-person one, and she was informing me after the fact. When I asked when we were going to discuss this arrangement, she just shrugged and said we were discussing it right now, like the decision had already been made and my input was just a formality. That's when I realized I needed to have a serious conversation with her about how this was going to work, because clearly she hadn't thought through the implications of what she was proposing. I told Sarah we needed to sit down and have a real conversation about this, because having Jake move in wasn't just about him sleeping here anymore. This was about rent, utilities, lease agreements, and completely changing our living dynamic. I tried to keep my tone reasonable because I didn't want this to turn into a fight right off the bat. But Sarah immediately got defensive. She said I was being dramatic and making a big deal out of nothing, because Jake was already here most of the time anyway. She kept saying I barely even noticed him around, so what difference would it make if he was here officially? I could tell she genuinely didn't understand why I was upset, which honestly made me more frustrated. That's when I started explaining the actual practical issues. I told her there's a huge difference between having a boyfriend sleep over and having a third person living here who doesn't contribute to rent or bills.
I pointed out that our lease is for 2 people, and adding a third could get us in trouble with. Even if money wasn't an issue, I still deserved a say in who lives in my home. This apartment is my sanctuary, the place where I relax and recharge, and I should get to decide who has access to that space. Having Jake here occasionally was one thing, but having him as a permanent fixture was completely different. That's when Sarah really lost it. She accused me of being controlling and trying to interfere with her relationship. She said I was being unsupportive, and that if I really cared about her happiness, I'd be excited that she and Jake were taking this next step together. She made it sound like I was some kind of jealous friend trying to sabotage her love life. I got pretty heated at that point, and told her this wasn't about her relationship at all. I said I was happy she was happy, but that didn't mean I had to give up my comfort and financial stability so she could play house with her boyfriend. I explained that real friends don't make unilateral decisions that completely change their roommate's living situation without even asking first. The argument escalated quickly from there. Sarah kept saying I was being selfish and unreasonable, and I kept trying to explain that she was the one being inconsiderate. She brought up times when I'd had friends over or made noise late at night, trying to make it seem like I was being hypocritical. But having people over for a few hours is completely different from someone moving in permanently. I finally told her that Jake could not move in without my agreement, period. I said if she wanted him to live here full-time, we needed to have a proper discussion about rent division, utility costs, household rules, and lease modifications. I explained that even then I'd need time to think about whether I was comfortable with the arrangement at all. Sarah completely exploded. She called me unreasonable and said I was trying to control her life. She accused me of being jealous that she had someone and I didn't, which was completely out of left field and honestly pretty hurtful. She said I was a terrible friend and that she couldn't believe how selfish I was being. The whole thing devolved into us basically yelling at each other in the kitchen. She kept saying I was ruining everything and being impossible to live with. I kept trying to explain that I just wanted to be consulted before major decisions that affected my living situation. It felt like we was still too fired up to think clearly. That fight happened 5 days ago, and Sarah hasn't spoken to me since. She's been giving me the full silent treatment. Not even basic roommate communication like asking if I need anything from the store, or letting me know when she's having people over. When we pass each other in the hallway or kitchen, she acts like I'm invisible. It's honestly more awkward than I expected it to be. Jake has been making himself scarce too, which is actually kind of a relief. He's still sleeping here most nights, based on the sounds coming from Sarah's room, but he's been avoiding common areas when I'm around. For the first time in months, I've been able to use my own living room without having to navigate around his gaming setup or wait for him to finish whatever he's doing. The whole situation got more complicated when our mutual friends started getting involved. Apparently, Sarah has been telling people her version of events, because I started getting texts from friends asking if everything was okay between us. My friend Lisa thinks I should just apologize and let Jake move in to keep the peace. She keeps saying it's not worth ruining a friendship over, and that I should pick my battles more carefully. But my friend Marcus completely disagrees. He thinks Sarah was totally out of line for making a unilateral decision like that, and trying to guilt-trip me into going along with it. He said if it were his apartment, he would have kicked Jake out immediately, instead of even entertaining a discussion about it. So now there are basically 2 camps among our friend group, and it's creating this weird tension at social events. The whole thing reached a new level of messed up yesterday, though. I was looking through our lease agreement because I wanted to double-check the guest policy and maybe call our landlord to ask about the process for adding someone to the lease. I figured if Sarah was serious about this, we should at least do it properly and legally. That's when I decided to just call our property management company directly to ask about their policies. I explained that my roommate was interested in having her boyfriend move in officially, and I wanted to understand what steps we'd need to take.
The woman I spoke to seemed confused and asked for Jake's last name to check their records. Then she told me that Sarah had already contacted them last week about adding Jake to the lease. She said Sarah had called that had already been agreed to, even though I never agreed to anything. I'm honestly more angry about this than I was about the original fight. The fact that she tried to manipulate the situation by involving our landlord without telling me feels like a huge betrayal of trust. It makes me wonder what else she might have done without my knowledge, and whether I can even trust her as a roommate anymore. I managed to explain the situation to the property manager, who thankfully was understanding and said she'd put the application on hold until both tenants could come in together to discuss it. But now I'm worried about how this is going to affect our relationship with our landlord, and whether it might cause problems with our lease renewal next year. The worst part is that this whole mess is making me question whether Sarah and I can continue living together at all. Even if we resolve the Jake situation, I don't know how we come back from her trying to manipulate me like this. I'm starting to look at other housing options just in case, because I can't shake the feeling that this living arrangement might be beyond repair. Right now, Jake's stuff is still in our living room. Sarah is still giving me the silent treatment, and I have no idea how this is going to end. I keep going back and forth between feeling like maybe I should have just gone along with it to avoid all this drama, and feeling like I absolutely did the right thing by standing up for myself.
Should I have stayed silent when my colleague took credit for the project I spent months working on? I'm a 35-year-old project manager at a mid-sized tech company, and this whole mess started 6 months ago when I got assigned to lead our biggest client retention initiative. Our largest client was threatening to walk unless we could prove we were adding real value to their business. The CEO made it clear this wasn't just any project. Bonuses, promotions, and maybe even job security depended on nailing this thing. My colleague, Jake, 34, from the sales department, was supposed to be my partner on this project. I say supposed to be because from day one, it became obvious that Jake had a very different definition of partnership than I did. While I was putting together project timelines and coordinating meetings with IT, marketing, and customer service, Jake was showing up 15 minutes late to our weekly check-ins with a coffee in hand and some generic comment about synergy or leveraging our core competencies. The next 6 months were brutal. I'm talking about staying until 9 p.m. most nights, coming in on weekends, and basically living and breathing this client's needs. I had to learn their entire business model, analyze 3 years of their data, and figure out where we were actually providing value versus just taking their money. Meanwhile, Jake would pop into meetings, nod along with whatever I was presenting, maybe throw in a "great point," or "we should definitely explore that further," and then disappear whenever there was actual work to be done. I started tracking contributions after the 3rd month because it was getting ridiculous. I had created every single presentation, conducted all the client interviews, coordinated with our technical teams, and developed the entire strategy framework. Jake had attended maybe 60% of the meetings, and his biggest contribution was suggesting we use a different font in the final presentation. But I figured whatever. The work speaks for itself, right? I was focused on delivering results, not office politics. The stakes kept getting higher as we got closer to the final presentation. Our CEO had invited the entire executive team, plus some board members were going to dial in. This wasn't just about keeping one client anymore. It had become a showcase for how our company handles major accounts. I spent the week before rehearsing, fine-tuning slides. He was walking toward the front when Jake suddenly stood up. He grabbed the remote right out of my hand and started talking, not asking if I wanted him to kick things off, not suggesting we tag-team the presentation. He just launched into this introduction about how excited he was to walk everyone through the project he'd been leading for the past 6 months. I'm sitting there thinking maybe he's just doing the opening and will hand it over to me. But then he clicks to the second slide and keeps going. For about 30 seconds, I sat there in complete shock watching him present my work. These were slides I had created at 2 a.m.,
data I had personally analyzed, strategies I had researched for weeks. He was clicking through them like he knew every detail, explaining concepts and frameworks as if he had developed them himself. The worst part was how confident he sounded. He wasn't stumbling or looking back at me for confirmation. He was owning it completely. The executives were eating it up. I could see the CEO nodding approvingly, and the VP of sales was taking notes on everything Jake was saying. When Jake got to the section about our innovative client engagement approach, something I had literally lost sleep over developing, and started explaining it as his breakthrough idea, that's when something inside me snapped. I realized this wasn't just going to be a quick intro before he handed things over to me. He was planning to present the entire thing and take credit for 6 months of my life. I had this moment where time felt like it slowed down. Jake was on slide 7 of my presentation, talking about market analysis that I had spent 3 weeks putting together, and I'm watching the CEO actually lean forward with interest. My brain was racing between staying professional and not wanting to cause a scene, versus the growing rage that someone was literally stealing months of my work in real time. The breaking point came when Jake clicked to slide 12 and started explaining what he called his innovative client segmentation strategy. This was the part of the project I was most proud of. I had developed this whole framework after analyzing patterns in client behavior that nobody else had noticed. I had tested it with 3 different departments and refined it based on their feedback. And here's Jake presenting it like he had this brilliant eureka moment in the shower one morning. I tried to give him an out. I cleared my throat pretty. Room went dead silent. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, and Jake's face went from confident presenter mode to complete panic in about 2 seconds. He tried to play it off by saying something like, "Of course, my project partner has been invaluable." But I wasn't having it. I walked over and held out my hand for the remote. Jake hesitated for maybe 3 seconds, which felt like an hour, before handing it over. I could see the confusion on the executives' faces. They had no idea what was happening, or why the presentation had suddenly stopped for what looked like an internal power struggle. I took a breath and said that while Jake had been involved in the project, I had actually been the designated project lead from the beginning and had developed the majority of the strategies and analysis they were seeing. I kept my voice calm and professional, but I was very clear about the fact that this was my project and my work. Jake tried to interrupt once to say we had been co-leads, but I just kept going and clicked to the next slide. The atmosphere in the room shifted completely. You could feel the awkwardness, and I saw a couple of the executives glance at each other with those "what the hell is happening" looks. But I pushed through and finished the presentation, making sure to highlight the actual contributions from different team members, including Jake's limited involvement in the client communication aspects. Jake spent the rest of the presentation slumped in his chair with his face getting redder by the minute. Every time I mentioned a key finding or strategic recommendation, I could see him cringe, because he knew everyone now understood he had nothing to do with developing those ideas. The CEO asked a few detailed questions about the methodology, clearly testing whether I actually knew the material, and I was able to answer everything without hesitation. When I finished, there was this polite but uncomfortable applause, the kind you get when people aren't sure what they just witnessed but feel like they should clap anyway. The CEO thanked us both for our work, but his tone was way more reserved than the enthusiasm Jake had been getting earlier. A couple of executives asked follow-up questions, all directed at me, and then everyone started filing out pretty quickly. As soon as the room cleared except for me and Jake, he absolutely lost it. He got right had happened in the meeting. By lunch that day, I could tell the whole office was buzzing about what happened. I kept getting these sideways glances from people in different departments, and conversations would stop when I walked by. Some people seemed supportive. Sarah from marketing gave me a thumbs up when she passed my desk, but others were clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. I decided I needed to do some damage control before this got completely out of hand. That evening, I sent a follow-up email to all the executives who had been in the meeting. I kept it professional and focused on thanking everyone who had contributed to the project's success. I made sure to mention specific people from IT, customer service, and yes, even Jake's contributions to client communication. I figured if I looked gracious and collaborative in writing, it might offset some of the awkwardness from the meeting. The next morning, my boss called me into her office. I was expecting the worst, honestly, but she told me I had done the right thing and that she was sorry I had been put in that position. Apparently, she had gotten calls from a couple of the executives asking about the project leadership structure because they wanted to make sure credit was going to the right people for performance reviews. That made me feel somewhat vindicated, but she also warned me that the office dynamics were going to be messy for a while. She was right about that. Jake started what I can only describe as a subtle campaign against me. He wasn't stupid enough to badmouth me directly to management, but he was definitely talking to people in other departments. I heard through a friend in HR that he was telling people I had sabotaged his career and thrown him under the bus for political gain. He made it sound like we had been equal partners, and I had blindsided him just to make myself look better. The worst part was that some people were buying it. I could tell because of how certain coworkers started acting around me. A few people who used to be friendly became pretty cold, and I noticed I wasn't getting invited to the usual after-work drinks anymore. Jake had always been more social than me, so he had more allies in the office politics game. About a week after the presentation, I found out something that made my blood boil all over again. My friend Tom from the sales team mentioned that Jake had told their boss earlier that week, completely, or makes these passive-aggressive comments about the importance of team collaboration and not undermining colleagues. It's awkward for everyone else, too. People don't know how to act when we're both there. My work relationships have definitely taken a hit. Some people think I did what I had to do. Others think I could have handled it more diplomatically. The ones who think I was wrong keep saying I should have talked to Jake privately first, or brought it up with management instead of confronting him publicly. But honestly, what was I supposed to do when he was actively stealing my work in real time? It's been 3 weeks now, and things haven't really settled down. Performance reviews are coming up next month, and I have no idea how this whole situation is going to factor into those. The CEO has scheduled individual meetings with both Jake and me next week, which could go either way. Jake has also been trying to get himself assigned to my next big project, which would be a nightmare if it actually happens. So here I am, wondering if standing up for my work was worth turning the office into a battlefield. Part of me knows I did the right thing. You can't let people steal months of your life's work without consequences. But the other part of me keeps thinking about how much easier things would be right now if I had just stayed quiet and dealt with it through proper channels later. Was it unfair of me to refuse my mother-in-law's demand to hold the first baby photo before I even got one? I'm a 29-year-old new mother, and my mother-in-law, Linda, 58, has been making my pregnancy absolutely miserable from day one. My husband, Jake, 31, always tells me that's just how his mom is, and I need to give her a break. But honestly, I think he's blind to how controlling she can be. The problem started the second we told her we were pregnant. She immediately started inserting herself into everything. She wanted to come to every single doctor's appointment, even the early ones where they just weigh you and check your blood pressure. When I said no, she got upset and told Jake I was being unreasonable. She kept saying things like how she was so excited to finally be a grandmother and that she'd been waiting for this longer than anyone. Then there were all these weird comments about being first for everything. She wanted to be the first person we told about the gender reveal. She got genuinely angry when we posted our pregnancy announcement on Facebook before calling her personally. She said I was cutting her out of important family moments and that as the grandmother, she deserved to know things before random people on social media. The worst part was when she kept joking about wanting to hold the baby before I did. At first I thought she was kidding around, but she brought it up multiple times. She'd laugh and say things like how she'd been waiting to be a grandmother way longer than I'd been waiting to be a mom, so technically, she should get first dibs. Jake would just chuckle and tell her to stop being silly, but it made me really uncomfortable. She also had this obsession with being in the delivery room. I told her from the beginning that I only wanted Jake there, but she kept pushing. She'd bring it up at family dinners and make comments about how, back in her day, all the women in the family were there to support each other during birth. When I finally had to be blunt and tell her absolutely not, she didn't speak to me for 2 weeks. Throughout my entire pregnancy, every decision became a battle. She had opinions about what I was eating, what baby gear we should buy, even what we should name our son. She'd text me articles about pregnancy and childbirth with messages like, "Thought you should see this," as if I hadn't already researched everything myself. But even after all of that, I wasn't prepared for what happened in the hospital. After 18 hours of labor, I finally delivered our son. I was completely exhausted, emotionally overwhelmed, and just trying to process that I was actually holding my baby. Jake snapped a quick picture of me with our newborn. Nothing fancy, just me looking absolutely destroyed but happy. I hadn't even asked to see the photo yet when Linda, who had somehow made her way into the room, despite me specifically saying I wanted just Jake there immediately after delivery, demanded that Jake send her the picture right away. She said she'd been waiting in that awful waiting room for hours and deserved to be able to share the good news with everyone. She wanted him to text it to her so she could post it on Facebook immediately. I was still on the delivery table, barely able to think straight, and she's asking for the first photo of my child before I've even seen it myself. When I told Linda no, that I wanted to see the photo first and decide when to share it, she completely lost her mind. I'm talking full-on meltdown in the delivery room while I'm still bleeding and trying to recover from giving birth. She started yelling about how selfish I was being, and how this was her first grandchild too. She kept saying I was trying to control everything and lock her out of her grandson's life before he was even an hour old. Jake was trying to calm her down, but she wasn't having it. She was going on about how she had rights as the grandmother and how cruel I was being after she'd waited in that uncomfortable hospital chair for so long. The volume of her voice kept getting louder, and I could hear other people in the hallway starting to notice. Here I am, having just pushed a human being out of my body, and instead of enjoying those first precious moments with my son, I'm dealing with my mother-in-law having a tantrum. The nurses had to come in and ask her to keep it down because she was disturbing other patients. One of them gave me this sympathetic look that made me start crying. But not the happy tears you're supposed to have after giving birth. I was crying from pure frustration and exhaustion. This was supposed to be one of the most beautiful moments of my life, and Linda was turning it into a nightmare. She stormed out of the room muttering about how I was being impossible and that Jake needed to control his... Jake's dad sent me a message saying his wife was heartbroken and that I should cut her some slack because she was just excited about her first grandchild. The messages kept coming. Jake's cousin said I was being unnecessarily harsh during what should be a celebration. His grandmother texted that Linda had called her sobbing and that I was punishing her for loving the baby too much. It was like his entire family had decided I was the villain in this situation, and they were all ganging up on me while I'm trying to recover from childbirth. Jake was reading the messages over my shoulder and getting more and more uncomfortable. He kept saying maybe we should just send his mom the photo to make peace, that it wasn't worth all this family drama. He said his mom just got carried away because she was excited and that I was taking it too personally. But I felt like everyone was missing the point completely. This wasn't about Linda being excited or loving her grandchild. This was about her trying to take control of a moment that should have been mine. I had just given birth to my first child, and before I could even process what had happened or see the first photo of my baby,
She was demanding it so she could post it online for her own social media gratification. The worst part was that Jake seemed more worried about his mother's feelings than mine. He kept checking his phone and updating me on how upset she was, like that was supposed to make me feel guilty enough to give in. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there holding our newborn, still in a hospital gown, feeling like the bad guy for wanting 5 minutes to enjoy being a new mother before his family turned it into a circus. Despite all the pressure from Jake's family, I refused to budge. I told Jake that absolutely no photos were going out until I was ready, and that I needed time to recover and bond with our baby without his mother creating drama. He wasn't happy about it at all, but after seeing how upset I was and how the whole situation had ruined what should have been a perfect moment, he reluctantly agreed to back me up. Linda left the hospital that day without saying goodbye to either of us. She didn't even ask to hold the baby or spend any time with her new grandson. She was so focused on getting that photo for social media that she completely missed out on actually meeting him properly. Jake tried calling her later that evening, but she wouldn't answer. She just sent him a text.
What happened? Jake's sister Sarah thinks I overreacted and that I should have just let Linda have the photo since she was so excited. His Aunt Jennifer keeps texting Jake saying that Linda is depressed and barely eating because she's so upset about being excluded from her grandchild's life. But Jake's cousin Mark actually sided with me and said his aunt was way out of line for causing drama in a delivery room. Jake keeps asking me to just apologize to keep the peace. He says his mom loves the baby and just got carried away with excitement, and that holding grudges isn't good for anyone. He thinks if I just say sorry for hurting her feelings, everything can go back to normal, and our son can have a relationship with his grandmother. But I don't think I did anything wrong, and apologizing would just validate her behavior. The thing that really sealed it for me was what I discovered about a week after we got home from the hospital. Jake's dad accidentally let it slip that Linda had already written a Facebook post announcing our son's birth before I was even done with labor. She had the whole thing typed up and ready to go, complete with details about his weight and length that she must have gotten from listening to the nurses. She was literally planning to announce my baby's birth to the world before I had even finished delivering him. When I confronted Jake about this, he tried to downplay it and said his mom was just being prepared and organized. But it proved to me that this wasn't about grandmother excitement or love for the baby. This was about Linda wanting to be the center of attention and control the narrative around our son's birth for her own social media purposes. Now she's telling everyone who will listen that I'm keeping her away from her grandchild and that I'm a controlling daughter-in-law who doesn't respect family. Half of Jake's relatives think I'm being petty and vindictive, while the other half think Linda crossed a major line. Jake is exhausted from being in the middle and keeps saying he just wants his family to get along. But I keep thinking about that moment in the delivery room when she was yelling at me while I was still recovering from giving birth. I think about how she had that Facebook post ready to go, and how she left the hospital without even properly meeting her grandson, because she was so focused on social media drama. I wonder if I'm being too stubborn, or if giving... Could I have reacted differently when my best friend tried to announce her engagement during my father's funeral reception? I'm a 34-year-old woman, and this happened just 2 weeks ago at the church hall where we held a small reception after my father's funeral. My best friend Sarah, who's 35, has always had this flair for drama that I've learned to tolerate over the years. She's the type who needs to be the center of attention in most situations, but I never thought she'd pull something like this. My dad had been sick for months, so his passing wasn't exactly unexpected, but it still hit our family hard. He was only 67, and had always been this larger-than-life figure for all of us. The funeral service went as well as these things can go, and afterward, we invited people back to the church hall for some food and to share memories. It wasn't anything fancy, just sandwiches, coffee, and cake that my aunt had organized. Sarah had been acting weird for weeks leading up to the funeral. She kept dropping these hints about how her boyfriend, Mark, might be planning to propose soon. She'd make comments about how she needed to get her nails done, just in case, or how she'd been looking at wedding venues online. Honestly, I was dealing with my dad's declining health and wasn't really paying much attention to her relationship drama. The day of the funeral, she showed up wearing this black dress that was definitely more cocktail party than funeral appropriate, but I didn't say anything. She hugged me and said all the right things about how sorry she was for my loss and how much my dad meant to her. He had always liked Sarah and treated her like another daughter whenever she came around, so I appreciated that she wanted to be there. During the reception, maybe 30 people were scattered around the hall. My mom was sitting with her sisters, looking exhausted but holding up okay. My brother was talking to some of Dad's old co-workers from the plant. People were sharing those quiet stories you share at these things. Funny memories about Dad's terrible jokes, or how he used to sneak extra cookies when Mom wasn't looking. But Sarah seemed off the whole time. She kept checking her phone, which already annoyed me because who checks their phone at a funeral reception? She was fidgeting with her purse and kept looking toward the door like she was waiting for something. At one point she asked me if the whole room went quiet, and I remember thinking maybe she wanted to say something nice about my dad, which would have been sweet. People stopped their conversations and turned to look at her. Then she announced that she had the happiest news to share and held up her left hand. Even from across the room, I could see this huge diamond ring sparkling under the fluorescent lights. She started going on about how Mark had proposed the night before, and how she just couldn't keep it to herself any longer. The silence in that room was deafening. I watched my mom's face just fall, and my aunt actually gasped out loud. My brother looked like someone had slapped him. Here we were, trying to honor our father's memory and support each other through grief. And Sarah was literally announcing her engagement like it was some kind of celebration. I felt this rush of anger, so intense that my hands started shaking. This woman had been my best friend for over 10 years, and she thought this was appropriate? At my father's funeral reception? I started walking toward her, and I could feel everyone's eyes on me, waiting to see what I would do. I walked straight over to Sarah, and I could feel everyone watching me. My heart was pounding, and I was trying so hard to keep my voice steady. But I was furious. I told her that this wasn't the time or place, and that she was being incredibly disrespectful. I remember my voice came out sharper than I intended, but honestly, I was barely keeping it together. Sarah's face immediately changed from excited to defensive. She got down from the chair but didn't back down at all. She started saying that she was just trying to bring some light to a dark day, and that she thought people needed something happy to focus on. She said my dad would have wanted everyone to celebrate good news, and that he always loved hearing about engagements and weddings. That just made me angrier, because she was using my father's memory to justify what she'd done. I told her that was not her decision to make, and that she had no right to turn his funeral reception into her personal announcement party. My voice was definitely raised at this point, and I could see people starting to look uncomfortable. Then Sarah really went off. She accused me of being bitter and jealous, when bad things do. I could hear my relatives starting to whisper among themselves. My mom's sister was saying something about how grief makes people react strongly, and I realized she was talking about me, not Sarah. Some of my dad's friends were shaking their heads, but I couldn't tell if they were disapproving of Sarah or of me for causing a scene. The worst part was watching my mom during all of this. She was sitting there looking absolutely exhausted, and now, instead of being able to grieve peacefully, she had to watch her daughter get into a screaming match with her best friend. My aunt went over to sit with her, and I could see Mom just looked defeated. Sarah then started crying, which felt manipulative to me.
She said she'd been so excited and had thought we were close enough that I'd want to hear her good news right away. She said she didn't understand why I was being so mean to her on what should have been one of the happiest days of her life. That's when I completely lost it. I told her that this was supposed to be about remembering my father, not about her engagement, and that if she couldn't understand why that was inappropriate, then she needed to leave. I said it loud enough that the whole room heard me, and the silence afterward was awful. Sarah stopped crying immediately and got this cold look on her face. She said she couldn't believe I was kicking her out, and that she'd never been treated so badly by someone she considered family. She started gathering her purse and jacket while continuing to talk about how unreasonable I was being. Some of my dad's coworkers were trying to pretend they weren't watching, but obviously everyone was staring. My cousin came over and tried to suggest that maybe we should all just take a breath and calm down, but I was way past that point. I told Sarah again that she needed to leave, and this time my brother backed me up. Sarah made this big show of walking toward the door, saying goodbye to people like she was the victim in all this. She hugged my mom and told her how sorry she was that things had gotten so out of hand. Then she left, and the room stayed quiet for what felt like forever, before people slowly started talking again. The rest of the reception was completely ruined. Everyone was uncomfortable and awkward, and instead of sharing memories about my dad, she was embarrassed by what had happened, which made me feel terrible on top of everything else. This was supposed to be a day for her to feel supported by family and friends, not to watch her daughter cause a scene. My brother tried to get conversations going again about Dad, but it was forced and awkward. People left earlier than they probably would have otherwise. Instead of the reception lasting a couple hours like we'd planned, most people were gone within an hour of Sarah's dramatic exit. I felt like I'd ruined the whole thing for everyone. That evening, while I was helping clean up at my mom's house, my phone buzzed with a text from Sarah. I almost didn't read it because I was so drained, but curiosity got the better of me. She had sent this long message about how I had ruined the happiest day of her life, and how she couldn't believe someone she loved like a sister would treat her so cruelly. She said she'd been looking forward to sharing her joy with our chosen family, and that my reaction was completely out of line. The text went on to say that she understood I was grieving, but that didn't give me the right to take my pain out on her. She said she'd expected better from me, and that she deserved an apology for how I'd embarrassed her in front of everyone. She ended by saying she hoped I'd come to my senses once the grief wasn't so fresh, and that she'd be waiting for me to make things right. I showed the message to my brother, and he just shook his head. He said Sarah was completely delusional if she thought she deserved an apology. But then my mom saw us looking at my phone and asked what was wrong. When I told her about the text, she got quiet for a long time before saying that maybe everyone just needed some space to process everything. I didn't respond to Sarah's message. I honestly didn't know what to say, and part of me was worried that if I started typing, I'd say things I could never take back. The whole situation felt surreal. In the span of a few hours, I'd lost my dad, had my grief interrupted by my best friend's engagement announcement, and apparently ended a decade-long friendship. A few days later, my cousin Lisa called me with information that made everything so much worse. She told me she'd been talking to her boyfriend, who works with Mark, Sarah's fiancé. Apparently, Sarah had actually meant to her. What kind of person plans to hijack their best friend's father's funeral for their own celebration? It's been 2 weeks now, and I haven't heard from Sarah since that text. Some mutual friends have asked me what happened, but I don't really want to get into it with them. I'm still processing my dad's death, and now I'm also dealing with the end of what I thought was one of my most important friendships. I keep wondering if there was a better way I could have handled the situation, but honestly,
I can't think of what that would have been. Would I be out of line for asking my brother to move out after he invited his ex to stay without telling me? I'm a 31-year-old woman who owns a small townhouse. My younger brother, Jake, 28, has been crashing with me for the past year since his messy breakup with his girlfriend, Sarah. When he first asked to stay, I didn't think twice about it. We've always been close, and he was in a really bad place after everything went down with her. The plan was for him to get back on his feet and find his own place within a few months. That was 12 months ago, and Jake hasn't exactly been hustling to move out. He contributes maybe $200 a month when I ask for it, but I'm covering the mortgage, utilities, groceries, and pretty much everything else. I make decent money, so it's not breaking me, but it's definitely not the temporary arrangement we originally agreed on. I've been dropping hints lately about him needing to start apartment hunting, but he always brushes it off or changes the subject. The thing about Jake and Sarah is that their relationship was absolutely toxic. I'm talking screaming matches at 2 a.m., her throwing his stuff on the lawn, him showing up at her work to make scenes. They broke up and got back together probably 6 times in the 2 years they dated. When they finally called it quits for good last year, I was honestly relieved. I thought Jake was finally done with all that drama. But over the past few weeks, something's been off. Jake's been on his phone constantly, texting someone and being all secretive about it. He'd get these calls and step outside to take them. Then he started asking me these weird hypothetical questions like what I'd do if someone I cared about really needed help, or if I thought people could change. I figured he was just going through some stuff, maybe talking to a therapist or something. Last Friday was when everything hit the fan. I'd had a brutal day at work, dealing with a client who couldn't make up their mind about anything, and I was looking forward to just ordering takeout and watching Netflix on my own couch. I walked through my front door and there she was, Sarah, sitting on my couch like she belonged there, with 2 massive suitcases and a duffel bag at her feet. I just stood there for a second, wondering if I was hallucinating from stress. Jake came grateful, but I could tell she felt as awkward about this as I did. Meanwhile, Jake's acting like this is the most normal thing in the world. Like of course his ex-girlfriend should just move into his sister's house without any discussion. I told him we needed to talk privately, and he rolled his eyes like I was being dramatic. When I said he should have asked me first before moving someone into my home, he immediately got defensive. He started going on about how I was being heartless, and that family helps family, even if that family apparently includes volatile ex-girlfriends. He kept saying it was only temporary, and that I was making a big deal out of nothing. The whole situation felt completely insane. One minute, I'm coming home to my quiet house, and the next minute, I'm being made to feel like the bad guy for not wanting my brother's ex living in my space. I told him she could stay one night while I figured out what to do, but that anything longer than that wasn't happening. That's when Jake really lost it and started threatening to move out for good, like that was supposed to be some kind of punishment instead of exactly what I've been hoping would happen. Jake didn't waste any time calling in reinforcements. Within 20 minutes of our argument, he had our parents on speakerphone in my own living room. I couldn't believe he was actually doing this, but there he was, giving them his version of events, while Sarah sat there looking mortified. And I felt like I was being ambushed in my own house. Mom immediately started in on me about being compassionate and how Sarah was just a young woman who needed help. Dad chimed in with his usual speech about family sticking together and how disappointed he was that I was turning someone away in their time of need. They kept saying it was only temporary, like that somehow made it okay that Jake had made this decision without me. The whole conversation felt surreal. Here I was, being lectured by my parents about generosity while standing in the house I pay for, talking about a woman I never agreed to help. Jake was loving every second of it. He kept nodding along and throwing in comments about how he knew I had a good heart deep down and that I'd do the right thing. The manipulation was so obvious it made me sick. He'd orchestrated this whole thing to make me look, suggested it. She said he'd made it sound like I was excited to have her there and that we'd talked about it multiple times. She'd been confused about why I seemed so surprised and upset when I got home. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. Jake hadn't just made a unilateral decision about my living space. He'd straight up lied to both of us. He'd lied to Sarah to get her to come, and then he'd lied to me about the circumstances. Sarah started crying and apologizing, saying she never would have come if she'd known I didn't want her there. She offered to leave right then, but honestly, I felt bad for her at that point. She'd been manipulated just as much as I had. When I confronted Jake about lying to Sarah, he didn't even try to deny it. He just shrugged and said he knew I would have said yes anyway, so what was the big deal? He actually said that. Like my consent was just an annoying formality he could skip over because he'd already decided how I should feel about the situation. That's when I completely lost it. I told him that Sarah could stay exactly one night while I figured things out, and that was it. No negotiations, no extensions, no guilt trips from our parents. Jake's face went red, and he started yelling about how I was throwing him out on the street and abandoning family. He said if that's how I wanted to be, then fine. He'd move out for good, and I could live alone in my precious house. The way he said it made it clear he thought he was threatening me with some terrible consequence. Like the idea of him moving out was supposed to make me panic and beg him to stay. Instead, I looked him dead in the eye and told him that maybe that was exactly what needed to happen. The look of shock on his face told me he'd never actually considered that I might want him to leave. Sarah spent the rest of the evening apologizing and packing her stuff, while Jake sulked around the house like a teenager who'd gotten grounded. We had the most awkward dinner of my life, with nobody talking and the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. I went to bed that night wondering if I was really being unreasonable, but also feeling like I'd finally stood up for myself after months of being taken for granted. The next morning was brutal. Jake gave me the complete silence, ignored most of it, but by Sunday, I was ready to scream. Then our parents started calling again. Apparently Jake had been working the phones all weekend, telling everyone his version of events. Mom called me 3 times on Sunday alone, asking if I'd reconsidered, and telling me how hurt Jake was. She kept saying that Sarah was such a sweet girl, and that I was being too harsh. Dad sent me a long text about the importance of family and how disappointed he was in my lack of compassion. By Monday morning, I had aunts and cousins texting me about the situation. Jake had turned this into a full family drama. That's when I discovered something that made me even more angry. While going through some bills, I realized Jake hadn't actually paid me the rent he'd promised for the last 3 months. He'd been giving me excuses about being short on cash or promising to pay me back later, but I'd been too busy to really keep track. So not only had he brought his ex into my house without permission and lied to both of us about it, but he'd also been stiffing me on rent while I covered all his expenses. When I confronted him about the money, he got defensive again and said he'd been going through a tough time financially. He acted like I was being petty for bringing it up, and said he thought family was supposed to help each other without keeping score. The irony of him talking about family helping family, while he'd been freeloading off me for months, wasn't lost on me. Jake did actually start looking at apartments after our fight, but he made sure to complain about it constantly. He'd leave rental listings on the kitchen counter with the prices circled, making comments about how expensive everything was and how hard it was going to be to afford a place on his own. He kept talking about how he'd probably have to live in some terrible neighborhood because I was forcing him out. The guilt trip was so obvious it was almost funny. It's been 3 days since I told him Sarah couldn't stay, and the family drama is still going strong. Our group chat is a disaster, with different relatives taking sides and offering their opinions on what I should have done. Some of my cousins are backing me up, saying Jake should have asked first. But most of the older family members think I was too harsh. Jake is milking the sympathy for all it's worth. The weird part is,
Get it. He still thinks he can make decisions about my house and my life, just in smaller doses now. I haven't responded to his text yet, because I honestly don't know what to say that would make him understand that this isn't about Sarah or being heartless or family loyalty. It's about the fact that he completely disrespected me in my own home, and still doesn't seem to think he did anything wrong.
should I have kept quiet when my best friend tried to announce her engagement during my graduation party? I'm 24 and just finished my master's degree after 2 years of what felt like academic torture. My best friend Sarah is 25, and we've known each other since we were 7. My parents threw me this graduation party at our house with about 30 people, family, close friends, and even a few of my professors showed up. Here's the thing about Sarah that I've never really addressed head-on. She has this pattern where every time something good happens to me, she somehow finds a way to make it about her. When I got accepted to grad school, she announced at dinner that she was thinking about applying too, even though she never did. When I landed my first internship, she suddenly had this mysterious, big career announcement at our next friend group hangout that turned out to be nothing. I always let it slide because we've been friends forever, and I figured that's just her personality. The party was honestly perfect. My parents had strung up these lights in the backyard, my mom made this amazing cake, and people kept coming up to me asking about my thesis and my job prospects. For the first time in months, I actually felt proud of what I'd accomplished instead of just exhausted. It was exactly the kind of celebration I needed after grinding through 2 years of research and coursework. Sarah showed up about an hour into the party. She seemed normal at first, hugging me and congratulating me, but I noticed she kept checking her phone and seemed kind of restless. She was being supportive, though, so I didn't think much of it. She even complimented my dress and asked about my job interviews, which felt genuine. Everything changed when my dad stood up to give a toast. He had this big smile and raised his glass, starting to say something really sweet about how proud he was of me and how hard I'd worked. Then Sarah just stood up right in the middle of his speech. She literally interrupted him and said, "Sorry to interrupt, but I just can't keep this secret anymore." My dad stopped talking, and everyone turned to look at her. She pulled out this huge engagement ring and practically shouted, "I got engaged yesterday!" The entire backyard just erupted. People started rushing over to her, taking pictures, asking about this apologetic look. I could tell she was torn between wanting to be a good hostess to Sarah and wanting to protect my moment. A few people did try to redirect attention back to me, but the energy had completely shifted. Everyone was buzzing about the engagement. I tried to be gracious about it. I walked over to congratulate Sarah, but she was surrounded by this crowd of people and didn't even notice me approaching. She was showing off her ring and talking about how romantic the proposal was. Meanwhile, my thesis advisor was standing by the drinks table, looking like he wasn't sure if he should leave or not. The worst part was watching my relatives who had driven hours to be there for my graduation, now deep in animated conversations about Sarah's wedding timeline. My aunt was asking about the guest list, while my graduation photos sat forgotten on the gift table. It felt like someone had changed the channel on my own life, and I was supposed to just sit there and pretend I was enjoying the new show. I kept telling myself to just let it go. This is Sarah. This is how she is. I should be happy for her. I tried to push down the frustration and be the bigger person like I always do. But watching my relatives, who had literally driven 3 hours to celebrate my graduation, now completely absorbed in discussions about Sarah's wedding plans, was making my chest tight. Sarah was holding court in the middle of the yard, showing off her ring to anyone who would look. She kept saying things like how she couldn't believe she was going to be a bride, and how this was the happiest day of her life. Meanwhile, my graduation cap was sitting on a chair nearby like some forgotten prop. My thesis advisor approached me and quietly said he was going to head out, which felt like the final nail in the coffin. The one person there who truly understood what I'd accomplished academically was leaving because the party was no longer about academics. I tried to salvage things by cutting the cake, thinking maybe that would remind people why we were actually there. But even as I was slicing it, people were still clustered around Sarah, asking about her wedding date and whether they'd have an open bar. My mom came over to help me serve pieces, and I could see in her face that she felt terrible about how things had turned out. She whispered that she was sorry, which somehow graduation party. You could have announced this literally any other day. The words hung in the air, and all the conversations stopped. People turned to look between Sarah and me like they were watching a tennis match. Sarah's face went completely red. She stared at me for a second, then said, "Wow, I thought my best friend would be excited for the biggest moment of my life. I guess a ring is bigger than a diploma, but apparently your ego is bigger than both." Some people actually laughed when she said that. A few others nodded like she had made a valid point. I felt my face burning with embarrassment and anger. The energy in the yard became so uncomfortable you could practically touch it. Half the people looked like they wanted to disappear, and the other half seemed to be picking sides in their heads. My dad finally tried to salvage his interrupted toast by raising his glass again and saying something about celebrating both occasions, but it felt forced and awkward. Sarah grabbed her purse and announced she was leaving because she didn't want to stay somewhere she wasn't welcome. She made this big dramatic exit, hugging other people goodbye but completely ignoring me. Several people followed her out to the front yard, still talking about her engagement. I stood there feeling like I was the villain in my own story. The party never recovered after that. People started trickling out earlier than planned, making polite excuses about babysitters and early mornings. The few who stayed seemed uncomfortable, like they weren't sure if bringing up my graduation would be awkward now. My parents tried their best to keep things normal, but you could tell everyone just wanted to escape the tension. By the time the last guest left, my beautiful graduation party had turned into this weird, uncomfortable memory that I knew I'd replay in my head for months. My mom started cleaning up while apologizing repeatedly, and my dad kept shaking his head and muttering about bad timing. I went to bed that night wondering if I was a terrible person, or if I had finally stood up for myself after years of being walked over. I woke up the next morning to 3 angry texts from Sarah. She called me selfish and said I had embarrassed her in front of everyone. The worst one said that a real friend would have just been happy for her, and that if I was secure in myself, I wouldn't have needed to compete with her engagement. Texted me privately, saying Sarah's timing was tactless at best, and that she felt bad for me. My mom said she understood why I was upset, but thought I could have handled it more diplomatically, maybe by talking to Sarah privately afterward. 2 of my grad school friends who were at the party reached out to say they were shocked by Sarah's behavior and thought I was completely justified in speaking up. But then, there are the people who clearly think I was wrong. My cousin posted a comment on one of Sarah's engagement photos about how excited she was for the wedding, which felt pointed, since she hasn't said anything about my graduation since the party. A few mutual friends seem to be actively avoiding the topic when I see them, probably because they don't want to get caught in the middle of whatever this has become. The thing that keeps bothering me most is something I found out a few days later. Another friend mentioned that Sarah had actually gotten engaged 3 days before my party, not the day before like she told everyone. She had been sitting on this news, planning when to announce it, and she chose my graduation celebration. That detail has been eating at me because it proves this wasn't some spontaneous moment she couldn't contain. It was calculated. Sarah has been posting engagement photos constantly on social media,
and the comments are exactly what you'd expect. Lots of congratulations and heart emojis, and questions about the wedding. Meanwhile, not a single person has mentioned my graduation online since the party. It's like it never happened. My LinkedIn post about finishing my master's degree got maybe half the engagement that Sarah's ring photos are getting. My parents keep asking if I want them to reach out to Sarah's parents, since our families have been close for years. Part of me wants them to, just so someone else can see how messed up this whole situation is. But another part of me thinks that would just make everything messier and more dramatic than it already is. I've been going back and forth on whether I handled this wrong. Sometimes I think I should have just kept my mouth shut and let her have her moment, even if it meant sacrificing mine. That would have been the path of least resistance, and maybe our friendship would still be intact. But then I remember how invisible I felt at my own celebration, and I get angry all over again. Relationships aren't meant to survive when one person finally stops making themselves smaller to make the other person comfortable. The whole thing has left me questioning everything about our friendship and whether I was wrong for finally standing up for myself after all these years.